Hello, and welcome. Welcome to our March 2022 Conscious Business Showcase. We've been running these since December of 2020, and it is so exciting to be with you and to share some amazing humans that are doing really incredible things to help other people out there. My name is Christine Cardoza, if you're new to me, and one of the co-founders of the Healing Soul School. And our heart really is to help those who are suffering, or maybe have some questions, or they've got some pieces but just cannot figure it out. We are that go-to community, that how to help you to release anything that might be stuck and from an emotional place, spiritual skill development. We have been doing a lot of deep dive spiritual studying the last 2 years especially, and we have intuitive gifts and all of the things around that. So we are a safe community to come, especially if you feel alone and you don't have anyone to talk about maybe what you're learning or going through spiritually. Maybe you're seeing visions, or you feel emotions, or things that are just different than they were before. Then we are that safe community. Or maybe you need some help in your business where you have a mission, you have a big heart to help a certain group of people, or you just want to help others. You're here to help in community, but you're not sure how to get seen. You're not sure how to bring that out into the world. We are community builders, and we're connectors as well. We're a great hub for collaboration. We have been interviewing many, like over 200 entrepreneurs this past year, and that are really here to genuinely help people and to shine their light, to help others. And so we know people. If you have a certain thing, if we can't help you, then we definitely know someone who can, and happy to make that connection. So we're all in that, we are spiritual, I use science and spirituality. Coming from a religious background, I like to have some meat for it. And so we just combine all of that together. I'm an intuitive business coach, energy healer. I love helping people with their emotional intimacy stuff as well, because it's all connected. As we do one thing, we do all things, as above, so below. And just so happy to be here again. And then my beautiful partner here, Virginia, is my business partner. And we have been in the saddle for almost 2 years now, Virginia. Wow, in another business. And then we started the Healing Soul School because we really wanted to help people. We have over 50 years of business experience combined, plus with our spiritual gifts and, just how we see things, kind of like a mom hug. And we wanted to be able to bring that out to you. So Virginia, please share with everyone what it is that you do as well.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you and welcome. My name is Virginia Mascale Fantasia. I am a meditation coach, energy healer, and spiritual mentor. And yeah, just like Christine says, we're just here using the experiences that we've had in this lifetime so far with business and entrepreneur, and as well as that moving through that healing journey, shifting, growing, all of the lessons that we've learned. So taking those and combining our skills and creating a beautiful, safe place for other spiritual entrepreneurs, mystics, mediums, psychics, coaches, yogis, RMTs, whatever. I mean, the list could go on. If you're an entrepreneur and you're looking for a community for support, then the Village is the place for you. And really, it came to fruition from Christine and I walking that journey of entrepreneurship. We had each other, and we could each support each other with our different strengths, which uniquely was exactly opposite of one another. So it was perfect. But we saw how wonderful it is to work together with a like-minded person and in collaboration and being involved in other groups that felt and created that same kind of space. So for us, it was about stepping into that and creating that space for other people to come to share their magic, and vice versa. And because it's not just about us, it's about us. It's about all of us coming together, right? It's about all of us. So yeah, my part in the Village is coaching the meditation and, holding space for people who are learning practices, doing guided meditation, spiritual chat room, where it's just, again, it's an open space. Some people don't have a space in their world and in their reality right now where they can freely and openly ask questions about spirit, about consciousness, about, the intuition and the things that they may be experiencing. So it's really just about holding that space and having those conversations and feeling free to talk about whatever is on your heart. And then, of course, we have Christine and I and a couple other beautiful humans run the Lightworkers Lounge, which is the business portion of the village, where we're actually, we're getting into the healing of the entrepreneur, but also getting down into the physical stuff that we got to do every day to run a business and to be in business in this world. So those are just a couple of examples. Collectively in the village, there's 8 amazing humans coming together and supporting everyone in the village. And it's just a beautiful space. So thank you for being with us today and allowing us to share more humans and more beautiful magic that's happening out there in the world, because you never know, maybe it's one of their skills or talents that is exactly what you need for your life today. That's our hope, is just to reach out there and help as many people as we can. So thank you. That's a little bit about me. Thanks for being here. And enjoy the show.
Awesome. Very good. I have a little thing to share as far as what the village is. So it's a conscious living village. It was designed because it takes a village to raise an entrepreneur just as much as it does to raise a child, and in my opinion. And so we put together this village to help with supports. So again, it's emotional support, spiritual energy healing practice. Many people have taken classes in, whether it's Reiki or Indian head massage or any of the healing modalities, or you're interested in it and how it works. And so we have practice for that as well, to gain confidence, to gain that inner knowing of what your vision is and how to get it out into the world, or even just to heal yourself, right? It could be some things that you would like to just know for yourself. Maybe you are, a nurse or an RMT, or a teacher, someone who their life has changed because of the last 2 years. We've had to pivot, in our own prior businesses. And so we are also here to help you with that, of like, how do you take all of the skills, all of the things you've been learning your whole life, and then how do you create something that you can bring out into the world? We see your magic, and we feel, because we're all intuitive, we feel where you could be stuck. We feel, maybe where some of those shifts can happen, that you actually can, it's kind of like breaking through the bottleneck on how to get out there and how to get seen. I have this open in my photos, and I don't know how to share it.
That's okay.
I haven't opened it like this before, so I'm like, let me see if I can save it another way. So I think
that's a good point that you made, about people who've maybe had to pivot and make other choices and stuff, and I understand how hard and difficult that is and must be, for people who have maybe put in 4 or 8 years of schooling to get to that particular profession. And now they've, felt the ultimatum and had to shift from that. And it can feel like a loss in a way, like all of that went for nothing. Right. And what we're here to say is, it is not all for nothing. There was absolutely a reason that you moved through, learned, taught, professed whatever in that career mode. You have that for a reason, but now you're just being asked to use that and level up, because you are indeed here for more. So that's part of our goal, is to help you weed out the fear, get past the fear of what's next, and open up to the possibilities of what's next with the who you are and how and have already been, right? And stepping into that.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, well, I found a hack, and you're gonna laugh because I'm just gonna open up my Canva.
Okay.
And we'll show you. So let me see. Like a window. Oh, it's not even showing or registering. Maybe this isn't meant to happen. Let's see. Oh, here we go.
I love it when they change things.
Yeah. So let me make it bigger. Welcome to Canva. If you've never
okay. Oh, there, just push the arrow on your slide bar there and push it over, Christine. Like, see beside that purple thing, that purple. Yep, there you go.
Ah,
Perfecto.
Virginia, you're such a help. Okay, so the Conscious Living Village, here are the classes. I was typing out what the classes are so that you can see them. So if you want to take a screenshot, we have the Visioning and Spiritual Chat Room. This is us, teaching. Virginia is teaching you. It's her class as our meditation coach, but not just meditation. It's like how to get into that deeper, delicious meditation where you are connecting with the quantum field. That is very different, about feeling the things that you want to have in your life and learning how to feel that now. Spiritual Chat Room, everything is open. We can talk about astral travel, like you name it. There's nothing that we're surprised by, and you can totally come and have a safe space to talk about that. Tuesday mornings, we have esoteric movements. This is getting you moving, connecting back to your body. Beautiful coach. Andrea is also a certified trauma-informed coach. So is Libby, who teaches the forgiveness once a month. We have a few healers that are trauma-informed. And so it's really just learning how to connect back to your body. This is also around abundance. If you feel closed and you don't feel that, things you're receiving, then where are you stuck? Where are you stuck from receiving? And that's what that class is, to help you to receive. That's the feminine energy, right? No more wounded feminine, wounded masculine, really knowing where you're stuck, so that when you feel that pattern coming, you can move and shift out of that. Forgiveness as well. If there's some heavier things, maybe you're just like, I just need some help to get through that, not get through, to process this, to hold this. We've been taught to push our energies away, or our emotions. Energy is emotion, to push them away. And so it's learning how to hold them in a safe place where you're not alone. And then on Tuesdays at 12, the Healer's Hour. And Noreen is a Reiki master with many modalities, but over 15 years of experience in teaching. And she's here for us to receive. So we get a grounding or our own healing session, and then an energy practice. So she's right now been teaching us how to develop our clairs, clairsentient, clairvoyance, all of the clairs on. We are all intuitive. We have not been taught how to do that. But when you have tingles, or you have this gut feeling of, I should contact so-and-so, and then they say, oh my gosh, I was thinking about you, I needed to talk to you. Like all of those things, we are all super highly intuitive. So it's how to develop those skills. And if you have a business, to learn how to use those for your clients, because you can then read into the energy of what someone is going through on a deeper level. It's really connecting to the emotional, the mental, and the spiritual body of somebody. Wednesdays is shamanic soul retrieval, uncaging this inner awareness and awakening with Shaman Gaia. And we did a soul retrieval this week. And oh my goodness, like she helped me shift 3 or 4 things from my life that, in that one soul retrieval. And so just so grateful for that. And these are the neat things that we're bringing to you that, I feel looks at the whole entrepreneur, not just one area of your business. Or for someone who's looking for healing, it's really expanding and offering you a bunch of different things so that you can connect in with what resonates most. And then the Lightworkers Lounge, as Virginia was talking about, this really is for us. It's to get together. It's kind of like being by the water cooler, in a sense, where we're teaching money coaching skills first. So if you don't have a business and you just want to come and learn how to maybe release scarcity out of generationally, more than likely from your family, how to release those blocks. It also affects other areas of your life, even in your relationships. So that is really neat, just to connect with Coach Sylvie on that. I'm there teaching the business, like, how do you want to be seen? How do you want to get seen? Where are you? And I'm starting right from the beginning, your fundamental foundations of, the core of who are you? Like, what's your spiritual vision? Who's your ideal client? Your messaging and your offer, so that you are so solid, you are connected and alive or jazzed up with what it is that you're doing, because energy speaks, right? Energy doesn't lie. And if you are in any kind of a frequency of wanting to hide, or there's something in there and the clients just aren't coming for whatever reason, we are like intuitive detectives going in there to find out why and to help you, with that. Then we have Coach Steph, who is a psychic medium, and we adopted her early on last year when she started to come to some of our classes. And she is bringing us messages from ancestors or from a spirit or an angel that is coming in to help you with your growth and development, which is really beautiful. Those are fun to hear, those messages. And it's usually applicable to all of us, or more than one person. And then Naked Alchemy, I'm teaching that on Thursday nights. And this is all included in the village. So this one here is really about how to take off the inner masks. It's a self-discovery class, how to come back home to yourself and see all of the triggers and all of the things, childhood patterning and all of that, how to release the stuff that doesn't serve you and then step into, so you can have more intimacy with yourself, with spirit, connecting on that deeper level, even in the quantum, and then deeper intimacy with others and sacred sexuality. So that is available to everyone as well. And then Friday, we have the Healers Hour again. We run them so 3 weeks on and 1 week off, so that there's time for integration, for rest, that we're teaching you how to rest as well, and for us too. And you can find more information at thehealingsoulschool.com/conscious living village. And I'll just say, if you're stuck, or, I used to do all these things, or I had businesses and now I just feel lost, or there's so much mind fog and things going on. It could be part of a spiritual awakening that you're going through, and we'll help you. We're here to help people to shift through those things, and provided a support community online for that. So you can come and feel held, not feel alone, practice your skills and development, so that, whatever it is you feel good for, or what lights you up in this world as a soul purpose. I don't think we have one. I think we're here to have for joy and pleasure. And so we just find out what is yours and make that come alive for you.
And I did put in the comments on the YouTube channel, I did put the link. So if someone is looking for it, is in the comments. So
brilliant. Okay, let me just share with you a little bit about who we are interviewing today. So I will share again from my Canva. I know why, because I'm saving them differently now. I think this is for me to stop talking. Okay, so really cool people. I'm so excited because some of these I've actually met in person. So Andrew, he's up next. I see him backstage, and he is talking about, creativity and empowering kids. His story is really cool, and you just feel his passion when he's talking about what he is doing. Cassandra is coming up at 11. Virginia's going to interview her, and she is an energy alchemist. She's like, I don't know how to say what I do. I'm a massage therapist, but I'm intuitive. I see, spirits, and I can connect to them intuitively. Like I can get into the deeper part of their healing. And I said, we'll just call you energy RMT. And I think this is really good, because anyone who knows the body or understands nurses, RMTs, anyone in the wellness, you've learned all of those skills for a reason. And if you are intuitive on top of it, we just merge them all together and teach you how to show up brighter in your business. And then I'm going to be speaking with Max, one of our favorite healers, him and his wife, Lucy. We're going to talk about shifting the fear of being seen. And Max and I come from a heavy religious background. So if that relates to you, or if you, are afraid to go live, you're afraid to do certain things in the business, right? Or connect to social media to be seen out there, then that will be a good time, or a good thing for you to check in or catch the replay. Sandy is coming.
Christine, sorry, I just wanted to interject for a second, because it's interesting. I love that topic, shifting the fear of being seen. And when I saw that this was the chat you and Max were going to talk about, I thought, isn't that timely, when here in Ontario, they just lifted the mask mandate not too long ago. And there are some people who are in that state of fear. And I knew what you were going to be talking about here and what you meant by that, shifting that fear. But in my mind, the first thing that came to me is anyone that might be having difficulty shifting out of that fear of, and having to wear the mask and whatever, there might be some points in there that could benefit them as well.
Yep. And if you're stuck in fight or flight, we're going to talk about that and how to get out of fight or flight. If you're catching this or on a replay, I wrote an ebook on the steps to self-healing, but also from dissociation or fear, how to get out of fear. It's a 10-pager. It's on our website, healingsoulschool.com. And it's to help you with some steps on how to do this. I could tell you ground or release your emotions, all that, right? And if it's newer kind of language, you're like, yeah, but I don't know how to do that. And so I really wanted to offer, here are the basic steps. And if you've got some of these things going in, you're calming your nervous system, your intuition is going to start dropping in. You're going to be able to make decisions. You're going to feel that intuition in your body, and you're going to know your next move. It's not going to be a guess, which I think is just so powerful and definitely needed after the last 2 years. And then Sandy will come up at noon, and she's going to talk about inversion of energy in media. And hers is really neat. Even just, I'll give you a little sample of, think of the LGBTQ flag, right? And the colors. It's actually inverted with the chakras, so that our higher chakra, the color of it for connecting to source or to spirit, to energy, to Mother Earth, whatever your comfort word is, it's on the opposite side, right? So she's really neat as far as even our money, Canadian money, the blue is at the bottom, right? And yeah, hers is really neat. I was like, oh, this is cool. I can't wait to interview her. Amy's going to talk
how we would
about
connect that with our everyday 3D reality, right? We don't even consciously are probably not aware of that until she says it. It's going to be a huge aha moment, I'm certain.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
even what's going on in the world, right? I think a lot of people will be like, oh, now I'm starting to understand a little bit more. Everything that's been happening in the last 2 years, in my opinion, is a big spiritual move to bring us back home to ourselves. So all of the things that are confusing and are difficult out there, they're to bring you home. There's confusion. You don't know who to follow. Like all of that, come home. Just keep coming home. All roads lead home. You trust your own intuition, and she's going to talk about that today. Amy is one of our village students, and she is a productivity coach, and we're going to talk about do less and be more. I'm really excited for her interview today. Crystal with a K, sorry about your name there, is she channels Clutter. And when I heard Ray New had interviewed her, another healer that's near and dear to our hearts, and I was like, what? She can look at like our clutter or your office space, and she can tell you, what some of your blocks might be. And I'm like, wow, this is really neat. I want to get her on. And she is also coming from a place of people who have been through traumas or have been through difficult things and how to shift and move out of that. So we have a lot of synchronicities there. And Mathies, she's a friend of mine that we used to party with. So this is my bar buddy. And we reached out, and she's, on Instagram, and she now has bongohousepelee.com. And it is a retreat house in Pelee Island, which is in Southern Ontario. It is gorgeous, right on the water, sleeps 8. And so if you are a healer or, you are interested in creating retreats, then let me introduce you to Anne, and you can connect with her. She's also looking for people to come and to speak. So we are going to do that Healing Soul School. We're going to do a retreat. Virginia and I were chatting yesterday. We're going to do this in June. So if you're interested and you just want to be on our email list for events, we don't spam. You can download the free ebook that we have, the one on our website. So our email, healingsoulschool.com.
The link is in the comments for that too.
Perfect. Oh, there we go. Thank you so much. And on day 3, when you download the book, Virginia wrote an ebook on how to meditate, and she's teaching you how to get in there, which is really neat. And for all of our healers,
steps, and essentially those are all steps to self-healing. The meditation is just going to continue. What Christine gives you in her learning the self-healing is starts you on that road of healing, and the meditation is just going to help you continue with that and like you said, connecting to that place called home within us.
Yeah, I'm hearing more and more people saying that meditation's not working for them anymore. And I'm like, wow, so interesting. They need to come have a conversation with you, right? Like, what is it? What is the block? There's something there that, just something new there. I feel that they're to evolve. Maybe they're going to start that visioning part that you teach, right? Or really getting into the theta meditation. That's been a fan favorite of all of our students that you do, is like, what is in there? What's blocking? And you hold a safe space. Not only are you holding the meditation space, but you're actually in there as a healer, and you see things and you're helping people to move and shift through things. So
I can see, and there are times when I'm on the call, and Christine knows this, that I'm not necessarily talking. I'm in the background, and I might be doing something else, and I'm in the background. And here's an example of a call we had, and I could hear the stuff, the conversation. And all of a sudden, I was just listening. I was doing something else. And all of a sudden it was just like, whoa, Like I just felt like this big, heavy blob of goo just dropped on the room, and it was a Zoom room. And I was like, oh my gosh. Like, and I told Christine later, I said, I had to turn you guys down and go and sit. And I went into meditation and into that room and just had to clear the goo. Like it was just so heavy.
Yeah.
And again, clearing the goo and holding the space, and that's kind of, I personally don't dive into the why it's there, where it came from. That is irrelevant. It's get it out is really what I'm there for, right? And to hold
Yeah.
that space. So,
Yeah.
so that's kind of what you'll experience also in the meditation and the visioning, right? Because again, I get where people can say that maybe meditation doesn't work. I mean, that's maybe not the word that I would use, because that tells me you're overthinking it. But
they're stuck in fight or flight, right? There's just so much going
Yeah.
on that they're not able to settle into calm. So
Yeah.
what has you in fight or flight, right? Yeah.
And that's what I often say is create that space.
Yeah.
Create that space in there. It doesn't have to be dark. It doesn't have to be scary. It's creating that safe space, whatever that looks like for you. And, hopefully with some support around meditation and visioning, then that will help you.
Yeah. And your meditations are so cool because you use crystals. So when she does the meditation, she brings you to a beautiful place in your mind, imagination, and you go into a crystal. So not only is it you're in the meditation, but the healing properties, and it's just with the intention. That's quantum healing. It's just the intention even of that crystal and all of the properties of it, just to be in the awareness of it and to sit in your mind in a crystal is also helping you heal and to shift. Which is really neat. Yeah.
It's a lot of fun, and it's fun for me too. I mean, I really like going on those journeys as much as everybody else does. So, but yeah, those ones are my free meditation circles that I host every month. So if you want to get on the mailing list, of course, if you sign up for the ebook, you'll get the email notification when to register for the free meditation circle. Or if you want help with meditation and some support around that, and to see all the previous meditation circles, you can go to the same link that I had posted in the programs page. Or no, my bad. I'll post it in a minute. On our website, healingsoulschool.com, go to programs. And if you scroll down to the bottom, you'll sign up for a free membership. And with our free membership, yes, that will put you on the email list, so you'll be notified, but it also gives you backdoor access to our free Learn to Meditate classes, just giving you some support and direction around making that meditation practice that works for you, and as well access to all of the previous meditation circles all in one place. So that's a little cheat in the background if that's an area that you're looking for support as well.
Yeah. We're here to serve. Like we've got your back. It's almost like, and it depends on which one of us is teaching or speaking, but it's like we're the feminine, the masculine, where often Virginia is that masculine, the riverbank, and she's holding us. She's holding that space, clearing any of the heavy energies. And then, it's to allow you to flow. And for me to flow as the feminine, right? Energy part of us, into what is it you're creating, and to be free and to have joy, in your life. All right. And then the last interview for today is Steve, and we're going to interview him. He is from the Fifth Network. That's a website you can put in, and it's a business directory for those who are intuitive or healers or understand 3D and 5D energy. And it's a business directory in Canada. I don't know if there's the US part. You can check that out. Well, he'll be here later and we'll ask him. But if you're looking for someone, you're looking for a dentist, you're looking for an osteopath, you're looking for a lawyer, someone who understands energy work and the way that you do, or speaks your language, then he has this beautiful website to connect you. We're on there as well now. And this is where community is going, is we're going to be in, smaller communities, or just people who are on a similar wavelength or frequency, and just knowing where and how to find your neighbors, I think is so helpful. So really exciting day. As always, we have incredible humans coming up. I will take a little break backstage, and I'll be back later at 11:30 for me. So thank you.
Awesome. Okay. So first we have Andrew. He is patiently waiting in backstage. Let me pull him up here. Hi, Andrew. How
Hi,
are
good
you?
morning. I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
Excellent.
It's great to be here too.
Oh, no, thank you for joining us. I was excited to see your information and that when you sent in your bio, and Christine was talking about you're a children's author, so you write
Mhm.
children's books. And so I help take care of my two granddaughters that are
Nice.
4 and well, soon to be 3. And so I was thrilled to have the opportunity to speak to you and just to get kind of your story and working with kids and empowering them and what that looks like and what it is that you're doing out there in the world. So please
For sure.
take it away.
Okay, great. Awesome. Okay, so yeah, I'll tell you a bit about myself and then how I got on this journey. So I think I got into spirituality out of necessity, like a lot of us, and I started
Mhm.
reading like a ton of books, pretty much every book that I could find, like all the Hay House books, Wayne Dyer, Mike Dooley, Dorian Virtue, and that kind of thing. And so it really sparked something in me. So I started to use affirmations in my own life. And I liked how they felt, and I liked the effect that it had on me. And so I've been a teacher for for quite a while, about 14 years. And
Oh, wow. I missed that part. That's beautiful.
yeah, so it's
So
all
you
part
already
of,
have that connection in that regard, like with the
for
children
sure,
and that
absolutely, like
passion.
for sure, absolutely, like the school life, like so I see when in my books, I write the books from like a teacher's perspective and also like part of a growing up perspective as well. So I have
Yes.
like multiple angles that that I make the books from, and it's kind of neat. So I kind of like poke jokes at myself as a teacher and myself as a kid, like some self-deprecating, and then I weave in sort of like a lesson in there too. So we'll start out with like a day about pizza day, for example, and then there's like a lesson in there about sharing. And my other books, like there's a story about like making friends and standing up for others and standing up to bullies and
Yes.
making good decisions. But it doesn't start out that way. It always comes around and wraps up neatly at the end. And
Nice.
so I lead with a bit of humor and fun situations and things that kids get into, and there's like some heartfelt feelings at the end.
Right.
So yeah, back to my spiritual start. I had a creative lull in my own life. So as a teacher, I like to make the projects as fun as possible, but yeah, but I wasn't as creative myself. So when I was reading on my own, I needed my own creative outlet. So I thought back to a project that I had in Teachers College, and we had to make a kids book. So I have my first book here that I did in Teachers College, and that was like one of my most favorite assignments, like in class as a teacher. And from there, it's progressed a number of different iterations. And to hear it, oh,
Awesome.
here's like one of the second ones, and here where it is now.
Awesome.
And yeah, so I realized that when I was in the library and I was looking at all the books, and I wanted to get my books back out there. So there was like a big lull in there where I wasn't really doing much. But backtrack a little bit before that, I came across a book by Seth Godin. And I
Mhm.
want to share this. Yeah, I really am inspired by Seth. One of his main messages is that everyone in them has something to share with the world that only they can do. And he really helps like get rid of conditioning and old patterns, because I think we start out like super creative, and some way it gets conditioned out of us
Yeah.
through either society, or we need to get a job, or we need to fit into some type of structure, or we
Yeah.
have to do something. But what would happen if we like fostered that within ourselves like our whole lives? So as a teacher, I would see kids working on different things. Like say if we had a big project, but then sometimes one example I saw a couple of boys, they were working on creating these different characters. And I'm like, oh, that's so cool. So they had a sheet of all these different little characters, and it was kind of neat.
Yeah.
And I let them share with the class, and I even photocopied it for them so they could like either give them to kids to trade, or they could like sell them for like a nickel or quarter or something like that. And they were
That's
so excited
awesome.
that I was involved with it. So I realized like all these students are working on something, but they weren't sharing it. So either they have a notepad tucked away, or they have this idea for a story or something else. So I really enjoy that. So I would give more time, sometimes free time, to work on those creative things. And
That's beautiful.
yeah, so I really like fostering and creative coaching kind of thing. So that's something I'm working on right now. So, but back to the Seth thing. So he really inspired me. So all the books I read, I made a journal, and the journal's for adults, and it's called The Spirit Ritual Form of the Journal. And Seth even I spoke to him or messaged him, and he was able to write the blurb on the front. So
That's
I was
so
able to put,
awesome.
pardon?
That's so awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It was
Yeah.
very synchronistic. So it's like a journal like this. There's like a day and a night page. This was like before my first published or self-published kids book, Pizza Day. I just had like so much knowledge. I just wanted to share it, and I just want to actualize on some of it. And that sort of got the ball rolling into the kids books. And right now, I just want to share the books with like a wider audience. So I'm starting to book like in-school visits and bookstore visits now that things are a bit more open.
That's
And
beautiful. That's awesome. And doing readings, like, are you actually going in and doing readings and stuff like
yes,
that?
yes, I'm starting to. So I'm speaking with some schools and some librarians, and I'm starting to book those up in the next few months. And I'm looking forward to that because that's when I really get to talk about the writing process and how I come up with stories and things like that.
That is fantastic and interesting that you're on my docket this morning, because I have been looking into homeschooling my granddaughters starting in the fall and kind of creating that learning pod environment with, other kids their age and homeschooling. And I know that it's a very different environment from the public school system per se. But that's exactly what I was thinking was, wouldn't it be fun to have actual authors of some of the books, as I'm kind of planning and thinking things to do with the kids, right? And keep it interesting, because it's not, I don't feel I am the sole person that needs to be doing teaching, that it comes from other people in collective. So having authors coming in and sharing and speaking their words and sharing their stories and stuff like that. I get that they're only little, but it's still an experience and they can learn to enjoy it. And I think what you're talking about is giving them that time to be creative is so essential in whatever they feel is creative for them, and just giving them that space instead of maybe so structured all the time, just kind of opening up that time. That's awesome that you do that.
For sure. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Because even companies like Google, they have like time where they give them the employees time to work on their own projects. And I've even seen that in some schools, some really forward-thinking teachers. But absolutely, in whatever pod you're setting up, there could be like a big a portion of that. And I think really kids will really take to that because I think they all have something hidden away that they're all working on. And I think back on my own life, if I would have like said the affirmations earlier, if I would have kept working on this, if I would have done this, but it's all part of the learning process. And I've learned them now, and I look back to what wasn't working back then. I just didn't quite have like the creative habits and the correct mindset per se to keep moving forward. But there's always things to learn and always things to add to your toolbox kind of thing. And
That's right.
And you improve. And even my drawings improve. Like I look back, like my drawings as a kid were okay, but even as an adult, like I'm learning different methods and I think they're changing over time. So even that is like a process. And sometimes kids are afraid to start anything because of judgment and fear or of being imperfect or just making a mistake in front of others. So once you stop caring about that kind of thing, and art is, we're all artists and creative, it's meant to be shared and for different purposes. So once you get over those key things, then things become a little bit easier and they start to open up. And it's an ongoing thing because even as adults, like we feel like all these different things like imposter syndrome and all the fear and the perfectionism of like stepping out and showing and sharing our things, because people see us as a different way, as one way, but when we start to do something new, it's people don't know how to take it sometimes. So
that's right.
There's that kind of thing. So yeah, the books I've read really open up my thought process. So I'm really glad that I hit that period where I really need to do like a lot of like self-studying and then actualize on all those things that I worked on. Yeah.
And that self-study is really healing. That's self-healing. That's that's your way of that healing within you, to allow space for you to step up and to grow into and learn that next thing that that moves you forward, or that
Absolutely.
elevates your frequency or whatever, right?
Yeah,
That's beautiful.
absolutely. And back to the stories where kids really relate to the stories when I told them as a teacher. So I would interject, like, say if there's like a moment in the class where I would see something happening, then I would give like a story that would match it. So for example, I was in a classroom recently, and one student was messing up someone else's art project just by putting like something on it, just to like mess with them. And I told him a story about a student, like I was working on a chalk project as a kid, and he tried to mess it up too. And the kids were all like, they wanted to see what happened or how I reacted. And I said, you know what? I didn't really appreciate it. And then the one kid asked, well, was he a friend of yours? And I went, no, he wasn't really a friend. He was just like sort of around when we played sports or whatever, but I never hung out with him. And the kids had a big realization. I'm like, if you do that to others, you really won't have the close friendships if you're always like messing around with them and things like that. So they could really relate to those stories, even about getting in trouble. Once I realized that I could relate more with the kids by telling them that, as teachers, we're not perfect. So I would give them stories about like getting in trouble for this and that. But I would tell them how I took ownership of and responsibility and accountability for these things. And I shared that with a group of kids in detention one time. And then they sort of want to do it too. So I would model that type of behavior for them, and by giving them that example, and then they would sort of do it too. And then you sort of make a connection with them, which is good. And they see you as like not just a teacher, they see you as like a version of yourself at a different point when you connect on like a different time period with them. So that was kind of neat. So I put all those little stories, I have like a ton of them, into my books. And so far it's going pretty good for the audience that I've shared them with. And they're a lot of fun for me to write.
That's so awesome. I absolutely love it. And I love that, in my opinion, with the kids on, and from that teaching perspective, and this is where I find sometimes in the public system, it gets a little too structured, right? And I don't know, I've never worked in the public system, but just my experience from my kids being in it, it seemed very structured and depending on the teacher, not always a lot of flexibility, right? There was a lot. And I feel like there's so much more that kids can do if we just give them the exposure to maybe try it, or to see it, or to have exposure just to even know if they're interested in it, right? Like I kind of am in the thought of, if you're drywalling and taping a room, why not get the kids involved? That's just as important as learning how to do math, in my opinion. It's just a life skill. Would they, and I'm throwing that out there because I can't think of anything else off the top of my head. But, I'm just thinking of just different things and just giving them exposure to it. And, and for my granddaughters, we started a garden. We bought a tower garden that we can grow with lights inside. And so they have been a part of the process of starting the seeds, watching them grow in the little mini greenhouse, and then transferring them to the tower and actually eating and so inside, right? Like we've done that in the summer, but inside we haven't done that before. So again, it's like you don't know what they might like if you don't give them the opportunity to be exposed to it, to see. And I love how through those life experiences of your own, that you're writing these stories. Like how brilliant to, you've connected them with the lesson, in your own stories, and been able to put that down on paper, and just giving them the space. Congratulations to give the children the space to be creative and to, because I notice that in children, just from my kids, they're all grown up now, but when they were in school, you noticed when there was a teacher that your kid connected with, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. All those things you mentioned are great. Yeah. So they're just a way to expand what they're doing. and yeah, all those different life skills. And yeah, you see a lot of teachers now, and I learned from some like great teaching teams as well, and learned to like give them choices too for different assignments, how to show their learning. So there's different ways to demonstrate what they learn as well. And
yeah, it's very interesting to see coming, that being a teacher, of course, you're seeing, you're learning, and for me, when my kids were small and at that stage, life felt very chaotic, right? That, like a lot of us, when you're in that stage of fight or flight, it was survival. So I don't know if I was as present as I would have liked to have been. But I get it now when they talk about, your grandkids, because you're just you're at a different place of, I just seem to have so much more patience, which, like in that sense of being open to, like, I'm not like, let's go. We got to go to school. I got to get to work. We got to go to the ball game. We got to get to the hockey arena. We got to, like, it's like, go. And it just life seems so busy, where now it's just like, oh, close your eyes, listen to the birds. What bird is that? Or let's lay down on the grass and look at the clouds, and, like, just kind of enjoying the simpler things, and understanding that what we talk and what we say, those little things, is teaching them.
Oh yeah. They notice everything. So they're very visual. So they really learn everything what you portray. And I like your story because, as a grandparent, like, the pressure's off a little bit because you've been through it all. And I went through something similar as a teacher, like starting out, I have to get everything right. But then I learned I could relax a bit and go with the flow and put more of myself into my teaching. And it's almost sort of like my first stage was almost like, early parenthood and early teacherhood, we'll say, and then later teacherhood. There's some tough years in between there too as well. But yeah, you really go through a similar type of cycle. I did personally as a teacher, where I thought everything had to fit in at first, but then I realized that there's another way of doing it. And it's sort of what you're going through now, just enjoying everything. And I found myself getting more present. And I found myself with all those things really started to pick up near the end of my teaching career. So very similar to
because it really is about being present, isn't it? In that moment, and just, shaking off all the other stuff. It's like, I can come back to that. The girls are here right now. This is what we're doing. This is, and although it might feel busy because they're very active, right? So it's like, we're always planning, do this, do that. What's next? Like, and that kind of thing. So it's, but being present in that is just such a reward to watch them. I mean, they make me laugh sometimes, the things that come out of their mouths. Like, it is just so funny. And you see them for that soul that they have come into this world, right? Like, all of a sudden you just get glimpses of this old soul that's in there. And it's very interesting. I love it. I'm curious, in your books, with the spirituality and that and the knowingness of that in you, how does that translate, or does that translate into your books and your stories in some way?
Yeah, some do. A lot of my stories, they have like a big type of moral theme to it, or not a big moral, just a moral type of lesson to it.
Yeah.
And one book has like a little bit of energy work. He works on visioning and sort of healing himself. In one book, I sort of snuck into like some Reiki and some positive thinking in another book. So I put in there in little ways. So like I'm planting little seeds.
Yes.
So hopefully,
Beautiful.
like the spiritual conscious parents that are drawn to these books, they'll appreciate them, kind of thing. But they're kind of fun, and they're related to my life growing up. So I had a story where I was sick as a kid, and my grandmother did some energy work on me, just like through visualization and through moving her hands. And I worked that into like a Reiki story in one of the books. And as a teacher, I started doing affirmations with kindergarten kids, and they really take to it. So they really put their hands on their heart, and they would close their eyes, and they would say all these wonderful things about themselves. And
I love that.
It was really amazing. And one school I was at, we did this for a while, and then we would get compliments like as one of the better classrooms, and it always felt good to get that at one of the schools I was at. And if I did that consistently, affirmations as much as I could, I noticed there was an improvement in kids' behavior and their positivity and how they played and learned. And
Oh my gosh, I love that. I'm totally writing that down in my little learning pod thing of things to put into the day.
For sure.
That's beautiful. Yeah. It's so simple. Such a
Yeah.
simple thing to add into our day, right?
Absolutely. And the younger they start doing it, the more it becomes a habit, and you're able to make those neural connections in the brain, because as an adult, we have all those programs running where we say like negative things about ourselves, and we could do them now as well.
Yeah.
But if you start early, they're so able to take in new information at that time. So they're able to make those building blocks. And I made up these affirmation cards. So I made up these affirmation cards on my website, andrewcritelli.com. So parents could like sign up, and then they could print them off, and the kids can color them. And I like to print them on cardstock because they're a bit easier, and then you could just put them up anywhere. And yeah, the simplest affirmations.
That's beautiful. I'm so going and taking those from your website. That's awesome.
Please do.
That is so great.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's funny how, because I noticed that even though when my kids were small, I was more spiritual, I think, than I thought I was. I just didn't really understand there was a word for it. But now I'm much more awakened to my energy healing and that kind of, and meditation and the benefits and blah, blah, blah. And so I remember one day I was with the girls, and my husband and I took them to a little local zoo in the summertime. And, they're running around and they're checking out all the animals. And my 4-year-old granddaughter kind of ran ahead. It was a grass area, but she kind of ran ahead. And of course, her head was before her feet, and she wiped out. And so she stopped for a second, and she held onto her knee, and like she wanted to cry, right? Like she just wanted to. And I knew she didn't hurt herself, but it was more, there was all these people watching. And I said, it's okay. You're good. Mm-hmm. Hold your hands over it. I love you. 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 And so she sat there and she held her hands over top of her knee, and she just kept, she just listened to what I was saying.
That's perfect.
And then I was like, how's that? You feeling better? Yeah, I'm good, Gigi. Let's go. Right. And it was just funny how to watch my husband. I wasn't really paying attention to other people. My eyes were on her. But my husband said it was hilarious to watch the response of the people around us, because they all kind of looked and not in a judgment way, but in what are they doing? Like that kind of a curiosity way. So I thought, oh, wow, there was somebody there that needed to see that. So whatever that was all about, I'm not exactly sure, but I love that in the books, it touches on that. That's beautiful. Because I agree. If you're a parent that is into that and kind of understanding of that, then it's a great way to kind of launch that in themselves, that they, you can heal yourself too, right?
Absolutely. And even in your case, the people watching around wondering what's going on, they could have been sending intentional energy. They could have been saying, oh, they hope they're all right. They could have been doing something as a group.
Yes.
And whenever I see someone hurt, I try to like send them some love, like, hope you're okay kind of thing.
Yes.
Like that kind of thing.
Yes. So it becomes automatic, right? It becomes automatic. So you're absolutely right. I never even thought of it in that way. Yeah.
So they were helpful, and you showed them something, and that's a cool story. I like that.
Yeah. It was fun, unexpected, and very interesting, because again, I wasn't paying attention to everybody else, but my husband was behind us. So he was kind of seeing the whole, scene of what was happening all around. And he got a little chuckle out of it too, as well. So it was a lot of fun. So I love that you've incorporated that into your books. Well done.
Absolutely. Yeah. And it's fun because it's a chance for me to like use the stuff that I've learned about and put it into the stories. And so I love sharing my books, and that really fires me up. It also fires me up when I help kids with their own creative projects. So that's why I'm launching a creativity coaching program. So think of it like as a creative tutoring for kids. And I'm starting that in a couple months. And I'm also building a membership group called the Creative Hero Academy. And it's for kids as well. So we work on mindset, like there's different creative tasks. We work on writing stories. We do things together, and sort of building a community around creative pursuits.
I think of something that
it's going to be pretty good. I want to put something that would have helped me at my younger self, so I can help others. So I'm putting all those things that I would have liked at that age, just so I continue. Because what would life be like if we never lost our creativity, kind of thing. If we never
Yes.
lost that spark. So
Yeah.
so
And we
that's,
were given the freedom to,
yes.
you know, without judgment, without, you know,
Yes,
all of that, right?
very supportive people
Yeah.
around, that kind of thing. So I'm going to build that within the next few months. So
Nice.
if you log on and if you sign up, you get the affirmations, you'll hear about that too. So that's the
Awesome.
best way to do that.
And now, is there a particular age group that you're looking to work with in this, like that maybe respond to this, your work a little bit better, or
Sure. Yeah,
what do you think?
my books are geared towards, I would say, ages 6 to 8.
Mhm.
Some I have like some younger books. So I have some one-offs. I have a one-off called Need a Hug, and that is like for kindergarten type kids. So it's a little bit easier
Yeah.
to read. But my other books, they're about the 6 to 8 range.
Mhm.
For the Creative Hero Academy, I think that's going to be probably around the same age. So grade 1 to grade 4, essentially.
Nice.
But we'll see how it goes. I might have different levels for different age groups based on who signed up. So I'm only starting it with a few number of people. So I'm going to start it with about 20 people to start.
Mhm.
And then we'll be the founders. And then we're going to build something really cool together from there.
That's beautiful. I love that. And it's interesting. I know we, you know, as you were saying that, we were putting ages on it. And I suppose that we shouldn't, to a certain degree, because some young ones might be at that stage of understanding, and some older ones may have missed out on that and still want to come back and touch on that. So that's interesting. You might have a bigger audience than expected.
You might be right, because I was even asked to speak at a high school with some kids who are having some trouble doing things or having any motivation in life. And I could maybe put separate groups for different meetups, different meets, online kind of thing. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it forms. I have a vision, and I'll see who is drawn to it, and we'll build it together. And I have the logo behind me on this side. There it is. It's like a pencil sword kind of thing. So that's that got me inspired. So I put that up, and that got me inspired to keep working on it. So I like drawing and then thinking and then like putting it out there.
You're like the young person's version of the Healing Soul School, really just about creating a community that these kids in whatever age feel comfortable to come in with like-minded kids around them and be vulnerable, but yet learn and support one another, and open up to the magic within them.
Yeah,
really.
Absolutely. Yeah, that sounds so great, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Absolutely.
I really wish that was around when I was a kid, right? Like I love that.
Absolutely.
I love the openness of that.
For sure. Yeah, especially in today's time when there's so many challenges and kids' energy is being pulled in every direction. So I want to like lower the volume on like all the negative stuff and just turn up their intuition and creativity.
That's right.
So they could do
it's
amazing
something
things.
For them to be excited.
Absolutely.
Like I've got class with Andrew today. It's not because I was not a fan of school. I mean, I went there because they told me I had to. And there were some things I enjoyed, but for the most part, it was a social thing, especially as you get into teenage years, right? So wouldn't it be great to take those teenagers that are looking for that and creating that space
That's true.
Excited to come and hang out with my friends on, like, it doesn't have to be, Sally from my same school. It can be Sally from the UK.
Absolutely.
And like, what a great environment. I love that.
And those connections, absolutely. And I've also found that creative confidence connects into other types of confidence. Like once you're able to think creatively, then it's able to like link to other things about your self-esteem and problem-solving skills like that. So I think confidence in one area just expands in all the others. So I'm excited to create that as well.
That is so awesome. I just love it, Andrew. Thank you so much for coming and joining us today.
Thank you. Thanks. It was so much fun chatting.
And your website, everybody go there, sign up. So if this kind of community or support program for your kids is something that you're interested in, then by all means get on the mailing list for Andrew on his site there. It's on the banner right below me. And the free coloring pages, I'm going there to sign up too. I'm interested to see where this goes. I love it. Because right now I'm in that learning mode of what am I going to do with a group of 4 to 6 year olds,
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
like that,
for sure.
and just trying to stay open to, to just being a positive influence in their lives. So thank you for being a positive influence in mine.
You're welcome. Thanks so much for having me. I appreciate it.
No problem. Thanks again. And everybody knows how to get a hold of you, get on the mailing list, and your books. How do people get a hold of your books? Where are
Absolutely.
those available?
So if you type my name into Amazon.ca or .com, you'll see them all in there. I have 12 books, and soon I'll have them a checkout page on my website. But right now, the best and easiest is on Amazon.
Excellent. Excellent. Well, thank you so much. I'm definitely checking those out, and I appreciate your time today. It's been great to speak with you.
Happy to. Awesome. Thanks so much.
All right. Thank you. Take care.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right. That was awesome. Thank you, Andrew. Just, it's always interesting. Christine often, does a lot of the work of finding people and who's speakers. And she just she's the social butterfly. So she comes across a lot of amazing humans. And sometimes I don't know that they're coming until I'm, actually looking at the list and scheduling things, and we're doing the canvas and getting ready. And so it just never ceases to amaze me how the people that I interview are exactly who I need to speak to in that moment, in that time, something that's going on in my world or whatever. So that was beautiful. Thank you again, Andrew. That was awesome. So next we have Cassandra Nagel coming up, and I hope I said that properly. And Cassandra is going to be, I think, talking about energy healing, but I will just go ahead and bring her up here and let her talk into that. Hi, Cassandra. Welcome.
Hi, Virginia. How are you?
Very good. Thank you.
Good.
So thanks for being with us today. Oh, right. Sorry. I was looking at our sheet, and it had a short form of what you were doing. So I didn't know exactly what the plan was, but so Christine was explaining this to me a little bit. So you are a massage therapist, registered massage therapist, but you bring your magic, you bring your intuitive skills, I'm going to go with assuming quantum energy healing into your practice. And so that I'm super excited to hear about that. So let's just, dive into who you are and how you got to where you are right now, and we'll expand on that.
Awesome. Sounds good. So I was actually just talking to Christine the other night about this. And so I actually started getting involved in energy when I was very young and didn't realize 100% what's going on. My mom thought I was going crazy, and she was like talking to one of her friends, like, I think I need to admit her to the hospital. She's talking to people who aren't here, like something strange is happening. And so her friend was like, do not take her to the hospital. They will medicate her. They will lock her up. They will test her. Like, all
Thank
these
goodness for that
things.
friend, right?
Yeah. So she actually walked my mom through a process. And so my mom ended up getting me a pack of tarot cards at the age of 6. And I still have the pack actually in my office. I don't really ever use them. I played around with them as a kid, but I didn't know what I was doing. And I just have them. They're just a sacred piece that I have in my office now. So I tend to go more myself towards the oracle, but yeah. So from there, things just started happening, and a lot of life really tends to push you down and not accept certain things like this as you're going through childhood and teenage years. And so I always had this intuitive knowing and feeling and seeing and all these different things coming at me, but I kind of always just stayed away from them, and became very socially awkward at times because of it. And so I kind of went through this whole thing where I knew at the age of 12, as my grandmother was passing away, that I needed to be helping people on a mental, emotional, physical level. And so it was really interesting how all of that kind of came about, because I started diving into astrology, and I'd go to the library and pick up these books and bring them home and hide them. And go through some really crazy things as I went along. And then as I grew up into my late teen years, I started looking more into like the personal training aspect, nutrition consulting. At the age of 16, I started working in nutrition. I thought I need to help people on a deep level. And so I went through that, and I decided that's where I was going to go. And so I started a business in personal training, nutrition consulting, soon realizing that that just was not enough. So I took a life coaching course then as well. I needed to get into their intellectual being and understand why certain patterns were coming up or triggers and what was holding them back. And then that still wasn't enough. So then I became a registered massage therapist. And that's when everything kind of really opened up, because I got into these rooms with people, even during clinic hours. And all of a sudden I was smelling cigars, or there was this man standing in the corner. And I was like, can you see him? Is that happening right now? And the more that I dove into this, and the more that I started touching people, the more that came to me.
Yeah,
and
that's
so
fun. That's exactly what I was thinking. As soon as you made that physical connection, it probably just opened right up, right?
yeah, it really did. It was this really crazy world that I just started diving into. And from there, I started taking more coaching courses. I started taking more energy therapy courses. And the sky's been the limit. Like, I feel that this birth school is a place for us to just really expand on. And I really believe that we're universal students. We're just going to be learning the whole time that we're here to fill our soul up. Right.
Yes, I love that. And really that's where we're at right now, is shaking off all this old way of being, this gotta go to work, gotta make money, gotta pay my bills, gotta have a mortgage, gotta have a big house like the next guy, gotta have, like all of those things that you gotta keep your kids busy so that they don't get on the streets, and you gotta, all of those things to survive, right? I really feel like that is washing away, and not that we aren't surviving, we just aren't in fear of surviving, I guess, or that all of our foundations are met. We're going to be okay. It's about experiencing.
Absolutely.
And I remember years ago, I would have loved to have learned more and gone to more schools, but I didn't know what I wanted to learn and whatever. And I never felt I had the freedom or the choice to do so, because I was a single mom and I had 3 kids, and I ran my own business, and, or worked full time at that time, and and it was about them, keeping them active. And, so it was never about myself. And I really, really hope and pray, and I feel it is coming to that parents are starting to say, hey, it is about me. Because what I am and who I am and what I'm learning and how I'm expanding is the example that I am for those little people that I'm raising, and who knows how many others' lives that you're touching, right? We really can't forget about that.
I didn't go back to school for massage therapy until I was 30. So it was one of those things that was like, this is a must, right? And I still, like I said, I'm taking courses all the time. I'm actually taking a hypnotherapy course right now. It's like one of those things that it's like, how much more can I dive into the brain? Right. So it's a constant learning. And at first my husband was like, oh my God, like, when are you just going to settle on something? I'm like, never. The life is not meant to be settled on. There's constant growth and constant expansion within us for us to change what's going on here in the world. Right.
Yes.
My very first quote that I saw, I actually have a picture of it, is be the change that you want to see in the world. And I almost actually sold it the other day on Marketplace. And I was like, oh, actually, I'm going to keep that. Right. Because it's such a profound message that we have. So.
Yeah, that's beautiful. And you're absolutely right. And I think even as parents that, if we can get out of that, fight or flight or survival mode or whatever you want to call it, if we can get out of that and, shift through the stuff that's kind of holding us there and moving through that and getting back into that, the curiosity of, what do I want to learn next? Instead of just staying where you are to survive or to manage or, whatever, what do I want to learn next? Like coming into that mode of curiosity and being curious about what, and then seeing and allowing that to show up in your world that, oh, wouldn't that be cool? I know I went through a period of, and I know we all do, right? Where it's just like, you are like a sponge. There is just not enough information out there. And like, I don't know where to go and get it. Like, you're Googling every word that you can possibly think of. And, you're just in that, mode of learning and what's this and that book and this and, and I've learned that what's meant for me, that's Christine's favorite saying, what's meant for me won't miss me. And I know that when things come on my radar, I'm aware that things are on my radar, and am I take a minute and look at that? It's on my radar for a reason. Is this about me learning? Is this about, does that fire me up to want to learn that or to experience that? And, and then, and allowing myself that time to go and do it, and the freedom in that, because like you said, we often say, oh no, I don't have time, and changing your language to, yes, how can I make that work in my life? Instead of, I don't have time, right? Changing the language around that. So that's beautiful. You're like a professional student.
Yeah, absolutely. I know. I used to hear that and I used to think, oh, that's so awful,
It's
because
beautiful.
of the meaning that we give things. But in reality, we really are truly all professional students. And if we can honor that and really hone in on our skill set, then we can master anything. Right.
Exactly.
And then that's where we can help other people heal and master within themselves as well. So, especially nowadays, there are so many stigmatisms still around mental health. And that was one of the things that led me down this deep rabbit hole of healing, is because I come from a family that had mental health issues and addictions. And it's one of those things that was like, oh my God, like, I don't think we have to suffer this way. How do we break in, and what are we putting into our body? What are we putting into our minds? What are we doing that is creating this disconnect from our true soul? And so really stepping in and coming into that and being that professional student is what we should all really be doing in some ways. We do have the time. We just fill it with Netflix and different things instead of really focusing at what we want to look at, because it hurts too much to focus on it. Healing is like one of the craziest things. I tell this to all of my clients, if you're coming to heal, be prepared to hate me and hate yourself and hate some of the things that have happened in your life, because it's not a journey of like this self-reflection that you just sit and meditate and everything's suddenly perfect. There is some deep, deep work that we must do. And so that's a big part of it, right? So learning how to work through that, learning how to work with your triggers and everything that comes through you, and being able to move on with the healing layers. Because there's so many.
And there's so many ways to work through that. It's really, and that's why I love the Conscious Business Showcase, is because everybody has a modality that they can connect with, that really helps them shift through things in a way that feels right for them. And sometimes, they end up going out and teaching in that way, or whatever, supporting them in that manner. And it's also connected. I look at, I think you were watching a little bit my conversation with Andrew. So with my granddaughters, I see them, and, Christine and I also work with adults. So we're working with adults who are entrepreneurs and working and shifting through their stuff that always comes back to beliefs and things that were blocks that were created in their childhood in some way, and not necessarily in a negative way. It's just, it's what you experienced at that time, no fault of anyone else. And so helping them as an adult, moving through and out of and shifting those things, I now sit with my granddaughters, and I am so like uber aware of everybody else's conversation around, and my own as well. I'm by no means perfect, but the words that you say and how to say it, like I'm very conscious of how I say those words, because like I'm in my head, I'm thinking, I want to help you stay as open and as curious about life and about learning, like you are right now in this beautiful little innocent being, I want you to stay in that mode of curiosity and learning and that all the way through your life, and not set up those blocks that might prevent you from taking that next step or trying that out, and so it's really been fun for me to kind of, because I'm seeing the different perspectives and personally I'm doing meditation, but stepping into sound healing and combining that with meditation and helping people to move the ick and the stick. It's this, you're moving the ick and the stick by physically touching, and, whereas I'm helping to move the ick and the stick with sound and vibration and meditation guidance and visualizing and stuff like that. And so it's just amazing. Yesterday I went to an osteopath appointment, and he has never talked in a spiritual way. But in all the years that I have seen him, I know that he is connecting. Mm-hmm. And I actually said it to him yesterday. I said, whether you know this or not, you are connecting to your higher self. You are meant to do this. I mean, so because I can hear him talking to me, and all of a sudden he'll go very quiet. He's still talking, but he'll go very quiet. And it's like he's tuning in. He's tuning into the movements and the flow of the energy in my body to help correct it, or help it correct itself is probably a better way to explain it. And I have to imagine that is very much like what you're doing with the massage. Are you feeling? Yeah. Can you kind of explain to how that feels to you? Or, how you work that into your session? Like, what's it like to have a session with you?
Yeah, it's, I've been trying to put words to this forever. I've actually started calling myself an intuitive alchemist, because I will have people show up for their appointments. And for example, I had a client yesterday, and she was like, okay, this is on paper what I need. And I was like, no, it's not. And so immediately I was like, okay, I'm just going to let you know straight up, I do treat quite differently as a massage therapist. And I was like, can I ask why specifically you chose me? And she said, well, I saw you were into energy. I said, we're good. We're going to move on from here. And I said, I'm going to tell you, this treatment's going to be completely different than what you anticipated, And so we ended up going into, and some of the treatments we talk a lot through, because I go into the coaching. I've been a life coach for 11 years as well. And so I bring that a lot to the table. It's hard to completely rewire the brain on the table in an hour session, but it's one of those things that most of my massage patients do become life coach patients because of the correlation. So they're, like you mentioned, right, there has to be different dynamics of how people are healing. And it's more than just hands-on. It's more than just mindset. It's more than even anything we will ever comprehend. So when somebody comes in, it's very indicative to what they need in that moment. And some people have things right away that are ready to be healed, And so yesterday, one of my patients, it was trauma around her birth, that she gave birth to her son, and there was things coming up, and, we were working on stuff, and I was like, okay, we're not here for the treatment you thought. And so we went through a lot of that and where that was holding in the body, and being able to just come in and really release that, not only on a physical level, but on a mental, emotional, and spiritual level. And as we go through those layers of healing, we have multiple layers. So it could take 7 or 8 sessions sometimes to work on that specific thing, especially because now it's deposited on the physical level. It has to come through the spiritual, the mental, the emotional before it becomes physical, which could create disease, right?
Yes.
So, and it really, at the end of the day, it comes down to the emotions that are attached to it. That's what's attaching into our body and giving us this anchorage system. And so really explaining that and working with people to the level that they're prepared. I never over push. I never, I give them what they're ready for in that moment. And the reality is, at the end of the day, I'm really, truly holding space for them. Yes. Our bodies are able to heal themselves. Like when we go in for surgery to remove a cyst or something in our body, it's not the surgery that healed us. It's our body that heals us after the extraction, right? And so it's very much like that on the spiritual, emotional, mental level as well. We must extract that emotion. We must extract that in order to properly heal and allow the body to hold itself accountable for what was there. And so when you really get into the explanation of this, then people really can start to see, wow, this is more than I ever understood, more than I ever will. Likewise, I'm still learning every day.
Yeah.
But it truly is just a magical time. And it's funny because I was saying to my husband the other day, more and more men are becoming in tune with this as well. So it's amazing to see Andrew and all these people coming onto these calls, because
Yes.
there, there's been this huge push for the feminine, but the masculine is here and it's ready to really present and stand up for itself too. And men need healing too. Men hold in that sometimes a lot more than women do. And
Yes.
so it's really cool to see that. And there's a massive shift, even on my table I'm seeing. There's more and more men in my practice as patients than there ever has been. So it's really cool to see, but it's definitely an experiment coming to my table and seeing and going through the process, because it is such a magical moment for that person.
And where are you physically located? Like, for people to book with you, just before I forget to ask.
Yeah. So I actually situate myself in several different locations because of the feeling of needing to be available. So I can be seen in Cambridge, Ontario, in Kitchener, Ontario, as well as I have my own practice in Puslinch, which is near Guelph. So I tend to get a lot of people still from like Waterloo and coming out to my home practice, just because of the anchoring that I have here with the crystal grids and stuff like that I have around my house. So
Nice.
It definitely skyrockets a lot of what's going on. However, my other two locations have a really great energy in them as well.
That's awesome. I love that. And you're absolutely right. It's beautiful to see. And I feel like it's the men actually allowing their feminine to come out, and not their feminine energy. So often people get confused, thinking male, female, but it's we all have feminine and masculine energy within us. And so I'm really noticing that as well, that men they're not afraid, because, and I want to say it in that way because I felt it. I felt that working in a man's world, I had to step up with my masculine skills and my masculine energy and the do and the, like all of that. And although I could switch back and I could come into my feminine and, when I wanted, and I'm much better now at balancing that than I was before. But I can see, how difficult that would be for a man, because it's as a woman in this physical world, flipping to feminine is not a big deal to the outside people watching. But for a man, switching into their feminine can sometimes be viewed as weak if they're in a position of power, or, and depending again on the audience that is in that world watching on. I personally think it's fantastic. I love to see everyone, whoever you are and however you show up in this world, to just show up in a balanced way, and I think it's fantastic. But I love that they're being vocal about it. I love that. And I the same as you, even, watching the news, and I don't watch it very often, but, watching, or watching a program that's a live program, and it's not so much the news, but kind of a, what's going on in Toronto, let's say that, for example, or something. But watching people on these programs and their language, I in the last year, probably especially the last 6 months, I have really noticed people that are on TV or in the media or on social media and pretty popular, just using a different language. And they're starting to use those, that the feeling and understanding emotion and and spirituality. So everybody, it's beautiful to watch and just to be in amazement as this world just opens up to who we are and who we're meant to be. So I love that you brought that up, because I agree. I've been watching it unfold and seeing people really kind of and openly stepping into who they are, not being like that hush, hush, hush. I can't talk about that I see spirits, or that I just got a message that I need to tell you, or, whatever. Right. I just love that people are feeling that freedom within themselves to just be open and to be who they are.
Absolutely. It's so important because we all fuel each other, right? We all become one in this. And I was recently at a healing circle and they had this little toy, and literally I think there was 28 of us around, and one person held one end of the toy, another person held it, and then we all hit hands. And as soon as the last connection happened, the toy lit up. And we truly are all connected this way. And so when you look at the grid of the world and you look at the emotions that are going on, there's so many times where people have these emotions because they're empathetic, or, you know, they really love somebody and they can feel the pain. So then they start carrying it for them. And, we really, there's so much to that conversation alone, but you know, we really have to look at what is ours and what isn't, because we are so attached. We feel from the soul level on so many things that sometimes we feel a certain way and we can't even explain it, right? And so one of these groups and communities that I'm part of, we were talking about it yesterday. Like everybody was like, okay, where's everybody at? How are you all feeling? What's going on? And it became very interesting to see the dynamic of, okay, this person is feeling this way and that person's feeling that way. And then all three of us had headaches. And it was like, what? How is that even possible? Like I woke up, I was fine this morning. Suddenly I've got this headache. Yeah. And so it's really cool to see the dynamic of where that stands. And we're open to things, right? From the age of 0 to 7, we are open to take in everything. And that's where a lot of our programming and, you know, from our generations past, our parents, and then our environment. And then we carry on thinking this is the end all and be all. This is how we must conduct ourselves. These are the religions we must obtain to, you know, this is what we're told to do. And then when it comes on that, it's like, wait a minute, I don't have to do that because I can think this way about it. Then suddenly the sparks start to fly, and then people start talking spiritual, and then they start seeking things privately, right? Like, okay, maybe if I talk to somebody who knows this, like I have patients all the time, like, okay, you would understand this, but I could never talk to anybody else about this. And that hurts my heart so deeply because I'm like, why can't we have this conversation? Yes. I was telling Christine, I went through that with my husband. Like when I first really started going woo-woo, he says, you know, he was like, don't talk about that around my family. They're not going to accept it. And I was like, well, they're going to have to, because it's a big part of who I am. And now I don't hesitate, you know, and I just pray through this, that the more I talk and the more that I'm expressive, I just started on social media, actually just being totally vulnerable. And I'm naming the post, vulnerability post. Like I talk to people who are no longer in the plane that you can see them, you know? And so they're here, we play, we laugh, we have fun. And sometimes there's a message that comes through as well. Right. Beautiful. And that
good
was
for you. Congratulations for that, because I know that that's not easy, right? No. That's not easy to get out there and be vulnerable. Yeah. And good for you. And I'm just reminded to tell you that you have no idea the amount of lives that you are touching by the work that you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I truly honor that and appreciate that. And I accept that on such a deep level. Thank you.
Beautiful.
So it's going to be really great. I think over the next year, I'm going to be launching a lot of courses. I hope to eventually launch a coaching certificate program. That would be my goal, to help people who are feeling the need to do something and want to start at that level to get in, and then really work from there. And then I'm going to have some retreats coming up this summer, and I'm going to have day retreats, and then I'm hoping to have weekend retreats. I'm looking for a place to stay. So it's going to be really good. Like, I think the main thing is starting out with alignment. People really need to start figuring out, what am I in alignment with? You know, you see a lot of toxic relationships starting to be broken up. And so the course that I have coming up in April, I'm still working on the launch date, is going to be 21 days to alignment. So I believe it's going to start April 5th or 6th, but I'm really looking forward to putting that one out there, because it's a very beginner stepping stone for people to really start to revive within, which is why that's why I named my company that, is the Revival Within, because everything is literally layers of that ick and stick inside of us that we must open up.
Yeah. And I love that you're expanding on the life coaching, and adding in the spiritual aspect of it, because I remember when I got my life coach certification, it was all very, you know, practical, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like what, and I got it. I mean, it was all very practical and written and structured, and how basically helping people see it in themselves. And then adding in the spiritual portion of it has really just been that learning and that I've done on my own, and opened up to that and allowed. So I love the idea that you're combining that, using this and bringing that out into the practical, and with the practical, for people, and just the magic of who they are. Right.
Yeah. Thank you. We're going to be getting into a lot of body stuff too. It has to be that mind, body, soul. It's really interesting. I remember being at my kitchen sink the one day, and I was like, why do I keep switching jobs? Why does my husband's right? Like, what is my problem? Why can't I just stick to something? And at a very young age, I climbed like very high corporate ladders, and I was working in the waste industry. So very male dominant as well. And I was like, what is going on? What am I learning from all of this? Right. Yeah. But I was still doing the personal training. I was still doing the nutrition consulting on the side. I had my own business. And so I went fully into that after I had children, but then I was going into massage. Then I was like seeking out the energy and life coaching. And I was like, what is happening? And it really came to me the one day I was looking out the window and the deer were going by, and I just looked at it and I was like, oh my God, it must be on every level. As much as we are these soul beings with these earthly suits, we must tap on all of it, because this vessel that we have here is what is carrying our soul around and wanting us to expand. Yeah. So we have to heal that and keep that healthy too. And so it's really interesting, because it's going to hit in on some nutrition. It's going to hit in on intuitive eating and fueling ourselves. And it's going to be an amazing course. Yeah. Not that no other course out there isn't amazing. They really are. But this one, I really feel is going to hit slightly differently than what so many do, because it's going to hit on that. So the creation of it has been really amazing. And I know that I'm not meant to do it alone. So I know that I'm meant to have people come in and do some teachings, because I'm not the only person on this planet who has these amazing gifts and who can hold the space. And so I'm looking forward to collaborating with people as time comes, and really getting it together so that we can launch it and offer it.
Yeah. Beautiful. And I don't disagree. That's, look at Christine and I, that's exactly how we started, was collaborating together. And then we said the same thing. It's not just about us. We aren't the only people that are for people out there. There's, let's bring in other people. Let's collaborate and work together, because we all have a piece in, raising an entrepreneur in our case, like that
absolutely.
kind of thing. But yeah. That's so beautiful. I love that. So we've got on the banner here, your Instagram, cass.nagel, is that Instagram? Okay. And then you're also that on Facebook and LinkedIn. And then I believe you said your website is a work in progress, but it should be up and running soon.
Yeah.
So anybody who's catching the replay, you just might catch it in time.
I had the website up and running for years, and it was changing every time I moved. And I was like, scrap the website. I don't need it right now. And it's been literally 2 or 3 months. Every day people are like, what's your website? What's your website? And I told my husband, I said, I've got to get my website back up and going. So technology is my weakness. That is my absolute weakness. I can't believe we got through this call without any glitches. It's like, it finds me in my computers and my phones and everything shut down all the time. So I will get the website up and going. However, right now, people can find me on Facebook or Instagram. It's just Cassandra Nagel on Facebook. I'm just real and raw there. And then my cell phone number's on there. I love connecting with people. And so just getting on a Zoom call or whatever sometimes is the best way to communicate.
Beautiful. That is so awesome. Well, thank you so much for Cassandra for being with us today, and for, doing what you do. Who you are and what you do is important. So thank you for being the awesome human.
Much. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Have a fabulous day, and we look forward to collaboration. I just might see some collaboration in our future.
Sounds good. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Take care.
Bye.
All right. That was so awesome. Yes.
Love that.
Beautiful morning. Time flies when you're having fun, right?
Sure does.
All right, sister, it is time to pass the microphone. So which way am I going? This way. All right. Passing the baton. Christine is on today and coming up with the beautiful Max Olivieri. And then they are going to be talking about shifting fear. I think it is. There it is.
Yeah.
Shifting fear of being seen. Thank you. I knew there was more than just fear, but yeah. All right. I am in the background if anybody needs me. Thank you all for joining me this morning. And I hope you stay with us for Christine until 3 o'clock. Some excellent humans coming up.
Cool, cool. Thank you. All right, let's bring Max up.
Everybody.
Hello. How's it going?
I'm doing awesome. Can you hear me well?
I can.
Awesome.
Yeah, perfect. I'm so excited. I just enjoy whenever I get to speak with you and Lucy, and I feel like it's always like playtime. We never know what's going to come out, but it's going to be fun. Maybe just to share a little bit, I was running new moon and full moon meditations in my backyard with a fire last year, and we'll get started again soon now that's starting to get nicer again. And you came by, and I was just so amazed, just the level of spiritual conversation that you and I can have, because I've been learning all these new things, and my community wasn't really big, into all of those, and it was very similar to a lot of people on the calls. Like, who do we talk to? Who can we share, these things with? And one thing that will always stand out is when you, Miranda, and Andrew were here, and we were in the meditation, and you guys were seeing each other's things in your own meditations, in your own, like from what you were seeing in your mind, and then they were confirming that they saw it, or they saw a piece of yours, and I'm like, what? This actually happens? It was just like a big eye opener for me. I'm like, wow, this is really cool. And
it's a crazy ride once you get on the train, right?
It is. Honestly, I've been doing more shamanic journeying lately, and it's a trip. Like, it's the acid trip without the acid. Or like Willy Wonka's factory, the part when they're going through the tunnel, and like all the colors and things happen, and a unicorn will show up, or a frog or something. And yeah, it's very neat. What keeps popping up for me is the sorry, my cats are now playing. The genie from Aladdin. Is in a lounge that I go to, and there's people around, and he's the DJ, and I don't know, it's just really neat. And
well, that's pretty cool.
I get to be a kid.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Cool. Well, actually, that's a really good intro to today and shifting the fear of being seen. Max and I were both raised in very strict religions growing up, and a lot of what we're talking about today wasn't even allowed. Like, for me, we were raised that if you talked about anything esoteric, it would bring harm to you in some way. And so Reiki was my first session 2 years ago that really opened up all the gifts, and now spirit really speaks to me. I have a guide, I'm able to channel all of these things. That is new and part of the spiritual gifts that we all have. We've just never been taught how to access them. And so I've always appreciated, introduce us, like, you're a Karuna Fire Reiki master.
Reiki. Yeah.
Okay. There's too many words for my brain. But share with us, introduce yourself. Like, who are you, and what is
my name is Max Olivieri. I am my partner, Lucia Hurtado, and I, we run Foot and Soul Temple Spa. Now we moved from Burlington. We're now in St. Catharines, and she is a reflexologist. So she does reflexology, Indian head massage. I do tarot card readings and oracle card readings, and I'm also a Karuna Reiki master. So what I do is I align energies and manipulate energies for some. I'm the conduit that manipulates the energy to bring you to optimal health. Because as we know, all this ease is an imbalance in our chakra system or our meridian system, and I try to, with the help of the universal energy, bring back the balance.
Awesome. So good. And I've had sessions from them, and it's just magical. I was in goosebumps. She did that reflexology, and man, I just felt so good after. And I was having trouble with my left knee for months, and I had been processing and releasing all that. And then it was like I got up off the table and walked, up the stairs, and was like, wow, it's gone, right? So there was a shift there. It was a layer of the onion, because more has come back, but that's been a good work through, and I understand more now of some of those ailments. And so yeah, I love you guys, and I am just so glad that we get to have this conversation.
Yeah, we love you too.
Yeah.
So this topic of shifting the fear of being seen is near and dear to me as of recent, because I kind of like went off grid for a while. I kind of was like hiding, and it's all of a sudden there's this thing that came in, like this negative ego voice that comes in and says, who are you? Who are you to talk about or to purport to be an authority on this stuff? And for a little bit, I listened to it, and it shook me. And it was also a bit of a growth experience for me. So it's very important to me to be able to speak on this topic today, because it's something that I actually don't have a value judgment with it, but I actually want to sort of put it to bed for good, so to speak.
Yep.
Yeah, because it's almost like who are you to be able to be a subject matter expert on this? And the truth is, yes, a lot of this is divinely inspired. So so there is a possibility that yes, what I say is true and stuff like that. And then when you actually have it that someone else is affirming what you're saying, then there is a little bit more to it. And maybe yes, it's that nagging self-doubt that comes in that rears its ugly head every once in a while, that we have to learn to say, okay, that's great. You know what? Thank you for questioning who I am. I know who I am, and it's about a reframe. So reframing when those nagging thoughts come up. So when those nagging thoughts come up, you're like, okay, so who am I? Well, I am a Reiki master. I am an oracle card reader. I am an angel, and I'm able to sort of reaffirm who I am. And it's also a grounding thing and a balancing thing, and saying and pushing that self-doubt aside, and being able to continue forward and being divinely inspired to use the words.
Yep, absolutely. And I think that many people are going through that shift right now, where there is a feeling of they're feeling of lost, like feeling lost or overwhelmed, or this, I used to do all these things, or I used to be this in my, in my career, and now I just feel like, I'm wobbly. And so sometimes, often it's that inner critical voice, right? Or something from a voice from childhood that is like, who are you? Or, who are you to share these things? I have gone through it too, especially in the last, month. We just released the Conscious Living Village, which has been my heart for the past year, to be that safe place where people can come who have special gifts or are intuitive or want to learn about energy, don't have a community, or have been weird growing up. Or I met a woman who used to palm read as a child. They had no idea, the family didn't either, and that was like her natural gift as a child. And so she's learning how to do that again. I'm like, wow, so even for people who had gifts as children, that we are that place. You can come, you can ask questions, you can get help. We have tons of stuff available for that. But it's, whatever your gift is, whatever your passion, whatever your mission is to maybe help others in the world, then step into it, right? And just, there's a reason that we go through all the things we do, including, your experience over the last few months. I think it was to shed some of that old belief system that was inside of you, for you to really stand in your power of the incredible healer that you are. And I feel you and Lucia are like your own little clinic in and of itself, right? Of like, people can come in and can heal things that people are just not used to, even in the medical world, right? Like, I have been part of some Telegram groups of people who are suffering with some things, and I'm coming in with like, look at the emotional side of it or the energetic side, and it's new. You can tell, by people's comments and stuff, they're not used to that yet, but we are shifting into that. We're ahead of that in the sense that we are our own best healers. We can tap into what are some things that are going on within us, energetically or emotionally, that might be the experience of what I'm having right now. And that imposter syndrome, really, that comes from, there's a voice inside of you that someone told you that you either weren't good enough, or maybe it was a teacher who laughed at your artwork growing up, or maybe, in the home that you didn't really have anyone that truly believed in you, or they were just so busy, they never paid attention to you. So you weren't able to grow that part of your personality. And to say, we can move through anything that we're experiencing.
100%. And the other thing is, we can't forget that for the last 2 years, we've had masks on our face, right? Over our mouth and nose. And I have to mention the symbolism of that, of silencing your voice. And that's silencing your voice. That's silencing the voices of everyone around us. So when you have this, when you have a mask on, and it's a very real thing that is quieting you and muffling your voice, so to speak, because I don't know if you've had those experiences when you're speaking to someone behind a counter and you can't understand a word they're saying. Right? When you've had that for 2 years, that voice, whereas before, which would say, who are you to be an authority on this? You may not have listened to it in the past, or you may have not allowed it to take control of your life. Whereas now, because your voice is silent, it's having a bigger impact on you. So it really is about facing that fear. And it reminds me of the movie, what's that? Golden Compass. I don't know if you've ever seen that.
What's it called?
Golden Compass, the Golden Compass.
Nope.
So it talks about facing your fears, just that. And it's a fantastic movie about facing your fears, which leaves you empowered after you watch it. It's really cool.
Nice. Yeah, that feeling of empowerment for sure. So good. All right. I have a few things that I'd like to share, if that's okay. I created a chart because this is what I had experienced, and so that's what's special or dear to my heart, is how to get over that fear of being seen. I had, I've come through a lot of different experiences, but I was always that one that wanted to hide, right? And I can be extroverted and I'm speaking on camera and all of those things. This is learned. Like the real me, even child me, was the one in the back corner, like just watching and observing everyone else, seeing how things were, and not the one, front camera speaking, definitely. And so these are some of the things that I've just learned and observed, not only in coaching and mentoring from others, but also from my own experience, and where I had some of that, the fears within myself. Okay, so I'm just going to share the screen here. Hang on one second. The energetics of being seen. Because we can have, our website could be great, if you're an entrepreneur, or maybe you're in a relationship and you have a hard time being able to speak your truth. Or for me, I used to get so rattled, like I'd feel it in my knees, right? Just the fear, or even it coming up in my body. And I've been able to really understand where intuition is in my body, and fear and all of those things to know when I'm in a fight or flight. It's totally different than just being in fight or flight all the time. And so these are some things that I created on to help you with that. Okay. And so let me share here the energetics of behind the fear of being seen. I really love telling people about the Taurus energy field. If you've never seen that, it's like we're in a donut. Okay. So in that donut, that energy is flowing out all around you. And so if you are having some fears, or you are triggered, or, there's something that you're worrying about, there's something in your field, in your bioelectric field. It's scientific. Okay. There's something in that field, whether it's a fear or, something in that manner. Okay. That's there. And so you're in a vibration, or you're in a frequency and that is what the universe is picking up and bringing you more examples of what you truly believe about yourself. The law of assumption. I use a lot of universal laws as well to remove any of the religious stuff that, we have learned. What was the world like, or, what were we being taught before religion? What were our ancestors teaching, before that? So this energy field is what is there, really understanding, not under, because words are also very important. No one stands over you. Okay. So as a sovereign being, it's understanding that field and what is in the field. And you can wake up in the morning and you're the creator of your reality. So you can intentionally put in, this is going to be, this is the day I want, or today is going to be a great day. This morning I woke up, and normally I'm really excited on Saturdays when we have our showcase, because I'm like, oh, I love, the people that we're connecting with. And I was flat today, maybe even a little bit lower. And I was like, wow, where is this coming from? And so I just, intentionally said, no, I'm going to put into my field today. Today's going to be a really great day. And now I feel like I want to jump off the walls. I just feel so excited. And so I was able to shift that, instead of going through the day like ho-hum, which has been some of my experiences, through healing depression and all of that. So I'm very mindful of what state I'm in. And then also we have the intention to change that. Do you have anything that you want to add on that?
Yeah, that's all. That's NLP. That's neuro linguistic programming, changing your state. You know,
Cool.
For example, when you're in a state, I'm NLP trained. I don't practice it because I'm kind of not. I'm not with my board. But at any rate, when you're in a state, you think of you think of a different state of when you were in a different state. So, for example, let's say I'm in a bad mood. Well, I think of a picture of my niece on my shoulders playing my head like a drum, right? And I emotionally charge that in my mind, and I see that, and I associate with that. And the subconscious doesn't, like, the subconscious will actually change your state to a happier state. It's really cool how that works, and it's something that is doable for mood. I'm being reminded of all this stuff lately a lot. So you can actually change your state to a state where that you need, and that gives you rather than have states happen to you and be and sort of fall into victimology, like a victim frame of mind. You can actually create your state and be a co-creator in that sense. And it's a beautiful place to be.
The first step is awareness, right? You have to know what you're in.
100%. Yes, you have to be aware. I mean, at any given time, we're being bombarded by 11 million bits of information per second, and I'm talking about computer bits. So, of that 11 million bits of information, we can only associate or be conscious to 147 or 127, plus 2 or 3 bits. Packets of bits. These bits come in things of 3 or 4 bits. So it's 5 plus 2 or plus or minus 2. So that's the most your conscious mind can associate or can absorb. Right. But all that other stuff is still going on, like the feeling of the air in this room, the light, everything's all still going on, and my subconscious is still absorbing it, right? And it's being able to sort of access that, which NLP opens up, and it's really, really cool. It's a really cool methodology, which I'm thinking of getting back into it.
Yep. Awesome. And so part of, I'm just going to go, I can't believe we only have 7 more minutes left. So we needed an hour, you and I. So around that fear of being seen as why do I have this fear? Where does it come from? I learned sales. This is going to be really funny. I was raised Jehovah's Witness. I learned sales going door to door, sharing magazines, right? And people not being there or hiding of like, we're not home, right? All the jokes around that. And so that's where I first learned that. And now I've been able to shift that and be like, okay, I don't need to be in that fear of anything, because those who actually are looking for our help will come to us. I'm not pushing anything on anyone. So it's been even, just changing the mindset around that. And we often, we can have great self-esteem where what we feel the world thinks about us, you're a great healer and, all of the things, or whatever it is from your past. For me, I was very good in all of the businesses that I was part of before, travel and finances and all of that. And so now that I'm using energy healing and mindset coaching and the spirituality and connecting to all of that, it's very different than anything I know. My throat is ready to gargle because this is where some of that fear can come in. And so I've really been checking in on my self-worth, what my core values are and beliefs about myself, and then clearing out any shame or judgment or fear that could be in my body or stuck in my mindset, usually in the lower 3 chakras. That's my favorite place to help someone to move and to shift things, and to really just know and be in that awareness. What is going on right now? Like, I'm feeling this. And then just, you can be a little bit of a detective. Where did it come from? What was that base programming that you had growing up? And so I created this graphic here, and we have beliefs, right? Which is also intuitive sensing. I put that in there as a word because our beliefs, they determine our thoughts, but it's also your intuitive sensing of like, what is coming into my energetic field right now? I don't feel safe. So what was happening? And then in that moment, then it's your beliefs of, oh yeah, this, or, you know, where whatever's attached to that fear comes to our thoughts, then moves to our feelings. So now either you're in a state of, excuse me, empowerment or disempowerment, right? And then you move to actions. But I also wrote intentions because I'm noticing for myself, like I could say, hey, Max, you know, I'm going to send you this thing later. And I fully intend in this moment to say it. And then when I go away, or, you know, the day takes care of itself, and then it's like squirrel, some things come into my field where I'm just either thrown off or I forget and all those things. And so it's, you know, be mindful of that as well. For me, that is I feel that's part of dissociation for me, is like numbing and not always able to stay focused, and having some practices and some tools in place to ground and focus myself. And then it leads to our results. Okay. Our actions lead to our results. And so if you have results that you are not, you know, you're not loving, then what happens is you end up in this cycle of I'm not good enough, or maybe this isn't working. And so the cycle just keeps repeating itself until you consciously stop whatever those thoughts are and be able to change them.
Right. And it's also a disconnection. Like there can also be a disconnection from source, so to speak, right?
That's
Like,
it.
so when you're connected to source, you have your empowerment, you have your strength, your self-confidence. But if there's something that disconnects it, or sort of shies that connection, or maybe funnels it, you start to question. And that when you start doing that, that will affect your mood. All right. Which affects your behaviors, right? Because look at it from this perspective. The fight or flight response is the amygdala hijack, amygdala hijack. That determined that's a reflex. That's something from when the saber-toothed tiger was bearing down on you. That's a reflex. You're going to either run or you're going to pick up a stick. But there's also a way to sort of, I believe, evolve beyond that. Because they used to call it fight or flight. I call it fight, flight, or fright. Because you can be like in a position where you're like, oh, the saber-toothed tiger's right in front of me. What do I do now? And just be like at a complete loss of action, even though the amygdala hijack is telling you should run or you should fight. You're just standing there like a deer caught in the headlights, right? The thing is, when you have that disassociation, it can actually lead you to behave a different way than you normally would, and because it affects your state, and there's a whole diagram that I probably should have brought that will illustrate that.
Yeah. I feel this will be another conversation. Yeah. Just because of the time. I just thought it would be fun because you and I have had conversations about dragon energy, and in meditation and stuff. I brought along my deck so we'll play before we.
I can get my dragon deck if you like.
That's okay. I'll pull a card for us, and maybe even you can read into it, do an intuitive reading on this. But I guess just, you know, as we're wrapping up here, what would be each of our advice for someone who is in that fear of being seen? Kind of like, how do you move forward? For me, I would say Sorry,
for me, I would say reframe. Okay. Whenever you have those fears of being seen, reframe it.
Cool.
Like, for example, I'll give you an example of a reframe. So like this is a physical one, a physical pain that I had. I actually burned my hand on the oven. And I remember I said, well, I got to start work. How am I going to work with a half-burned hand? And it didn't really bother me from the beginning, but it started really to hurt. So I said to myself, I looked at my hand and I said, thank you, hands, for reminding me that I'm in pain. I need you to, and I'm literally saying this out loud to my hand, I need you to sort of concentrate on what we need to do today. And I choose to actually allow you to use your motion and to actually work. And the pain just went away. So it's a reframe of the mind and reframing yourself so that, okay, when you hear that, that sort of thought, well, what, I don't want to be seen. Okay, well, thank you for not wanting to be seen. And whatever fear that's at play here is something that I don't have time for right now. Or
I gotta go live.
exactly, right. And the thing, and then like, for example, I had all this anxiety coming on the show today, and I normally don't. And I'm like, okay, you know what am I gonna do? I'm gonna just close my eyes. Source, you're gonna work through me today.
Yeah.
And it's all gone.
Yeah. So cool. I'm glad you said that, because one of our speakers wasn't able to find the email. And so then I was immediately starting to fall into that fight, like, oh no, right? And getting worked up. And I'm like, no, I'm just going to grind into it.
Right.
But that fear immediately, right? And so just moving and transmuting that, I like that. Very good examples. You can move the fear, definitely. And I feel connecting to your heart, right? Knowing that you are able to tap into your own energy, into your own heart, into being able to connect. And the dragon that I pulled is the rose heart dragon.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, and prepare this dragon. So if you want to close your eyes or take a couple deep breaths, you just imagine this dragon in your aura today. Prepares your heart to connect with the higher facets of the cosmic heart. Open your heart to warm-hearted love and diamond light. Connect with the love of the universe.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
And I'm going to pull a card for you.
Okay. Virginia says, take the back seat, ego. Yeah. Stepping into who we really are. Totally. Okay. Go ahead, and then we'll bring up our next speaker.
And spiritual understanding.
Ah.
So I didn't put an intention.
Inner standing.
Sorry?
Spiritual inner standing.
Inner standing, yes. So Archangel Raziel, I'm bringing you esoteric information and symbols to help you understand spiritual truths.
Look at that. The heart and the spiritual together. Yeah, love that. Cool. Well, thank you so much, Max. I really appreciate you. And yeah, I know I'll see you soon, definitely. But if anyone's in the St. Catharines area, you want to drive, I highly recommend having sessions done with both of them. They have combo packages. And yeah, so you can have reflexology, the Indian head massage, and then all of the modality magic that Max is. He's his own modality. I keep telling him. But you'll feel so good, and I already have goosebumps. You'll just leave there definitely feeling on top of the world. So yeah, thank you. Appreciate you.
Christine. Appreciate you too. And thanks for the opportunity.
Hi. Okay, good. Let's bring up Sandy, our next speaker. Hello, Sandy. Are you there? Hello.
Hello there. How are you?
How you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
Good, thank you. I'm actually just going to add that other bit to your like how people can reach you.
Sure.
For do you want that, like which website, or what would you like to put up? What's easier? Because you have Instinctive Pursuits on Instagram.
Yes, Instinctive Pursuits is one of my emails at gmail.com.
Okay.
And my website is endinggloballoneliness.com. And you can reach me there at sandy@endinggloballoneliness.com, but it's a lot of typing.
Yeah.
Long. It's
all
long.
right. So thank you so much. I love how you and I even met. So we met in Waterloo at the salt spa there, the Oasis Healing Salt Spa. And there's a beautiful healer, Eva, who we both know, and you were there to see Eva. And it's one of those things. It was divine timing. I feel it was like I just happened to be there, and that's just how the universe connects me to others. And I just felt, what you were sharing with me in those moments was just so neat. And we're both super excited, Virginia and I both, for your chat today. So maybe just before we get started, let us know, how do you introduce yourself? Who are you, and what is it that you do?
So my name is Sandy Glaze. I consider myself a personal transformation and self-development coach. Now, I work primarily with the unseen energies, emotional and spiritual energies.
Cool.
And I do appreciate we all have different interpretations of what those can mean. So we express the way that it resonates with us. And then the people that we're meant to work with, it will resonate with them as well.
Right.
So a lot of the work I do is about clearing out past memories or traumatic events. But I also help people raise into their consciousness and be able to climb up into that higher realm of themselves. Because after all, who is it all about? For you, it's about you. For me, it's about me. But we all come into a vertical pillar of strength and then work together.
Right,
so it's about raising our awareness, which is another word that I use for consciousness. So that's kind of what I help people if they're stuck and they're looking to find a different pattern, a breakthrough to understand what truth is. Right. Some people call it love and light. I call it love and truth. And but what is the truth when it's so subjective and there's so much manipulation of information? So how do we find out what's true according to what's right for us? So that's kind of the space that I'm in.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's awesome. I love it because you're right in line with what we're doing as well. And it's so nice for me because we've been online for the last, year and a bit that we've been running the Healing Soul School. And so it's just so nice for me. I love people. I'm such a social butterfly. So it's so nice to be able to meet people in person and have these kinds of conversations. And, it's not over a Zoom video. So this is really great. So I'm excited because you're one of the people I've actually met in real life, which is cool for me. All right. So your topic.
Ava amazing. Ava's just amazing with the healing. I haven't had to go back, anything, right? So it was, so she's definitely one of us too.
Yes, totally. And so I was trained with quantum healing and she does quantum touch. So we connected that way, at first, but I love it because she, with quantum, and maybe you can even explain, like even in your session with her, is just like the feeling of her hands and the touch and intention is she's asking, for that, whatever your pain is to be shifted and to be moved. And for me, when she did mine, this is the first time I had a quantum touch experience. So, because ours is in that like a meditative state, the way that I learned, because it was over Zoom. And so when she put her hands on my waist, one of my hips was up, which is normal. Like I often go to an osteopath for that. Excuse me. And, she shifted it. And also she was rubbing a part of my upper neck here that just also released this pain that I had. I didn't even know that I was feeling, but it just helped shift some things in my back too, which is really neat.
And she does. And this is what the consciousness is. And I'm gonna step into this within the presentation that I share today, but to understand, we're not dealing with a full deck. We haven't been given all the energy information per se. Right. So this is where it comes in. So she sees the energies, she feels the energies. And I was even helping her as she was moving my energy. I was breathing and moving it with her because I was in such bad shape when I got there. So it's just interesting how we can, I believe we heal ourselves. That's what I believe.
Yeah. Yeah. We are our own best healers. Absolutely. So cool. Yes. All right. Your topic for today. So the inversion of energy, and I put in media because it's like what we're seeing out there really isn't what, I don't want to get.
It's not what they want. It's not what is true. It's not what is real. And it does not forward our best agenda. So it's up to us to understand when we're getting manipulated by the inversion of energy, because everything happens in the unseen world, in the fourth, fifth, and whatever dimension before it lands in the physical. So when we start to see that they're messing with us in other dimensions, we have our own aha moments, which brings our own awareness in. Because when you have I'm saying you, but I mean anyone, when you have an aha moment, that's about embodying something and you can't unknow it. That's what brings our consciousness to a higher level, in my opinion.
Right. You just gave me an aha moment because you're like in another dimension. Because I've just turned off all of the things, just there's so much fear and things that are happening and I'm aware, but I don't need to keep watching and listening because it really does affect your frequency, right? And how you're feeling, whether you're back into fight or flight or not. And so I like that.
Words I broke down is the observer point. We have to see what's going on in the world. Can we see what goes on in the world, but stay centered energetically? Watch it. So I'm looking at you right now, but watch it for the information it is. Don't attach, I won't say a meaning because sometimes you have to attach a meaning to it, but don't attach an outcome to it and look at it for what it is. Why this is so important, it's the observer that collapses the quantum wave function. So if we're not watching it, we're not collapsing it. Without getting political, do you know how many people are sending accountability to a prime minister that I can name right now? They're not sending it. They're not sending, we need you to, or anything like that. It's just, you will be held accountable. You are going to be held accountable for what you're doing. And then they let it go. But they set that intention and put it out there, but we can set those intentions without malice. If we put malice to it, then what do we call that? A psychic attack.
Right.
And we're guilty of it. So we don't want to be guilty of that. We want to stay observing, watching, non-reactive, and still align with our values, our principles, and our morals.
Right.
Big order.
Yeah, it is for sure. So tell us some of the things that are out there, maybe that aren't, or, you know, you were explaining to me about the chakras, right? And just even colors that are out there, things that we know. What would you like to share about that?
Is it possible to share some slides with you? I'm not going to go into them in any major way. So can I hit the share button?
You just hit share and you have permission. I love that you know technology enough to do this.
Share system audio. It's not letting me do it though.
Okay, so click on share and then share screen.
Yes, I did.
Okay, and then on the Chrome, I don't know if you're in Chrome.
Share screen. And then it shows me the share button again, share system audio, and it says share button, but it's grayed out.
Yes, so you have to click on something. So can you click on window or tab? And then if it's already pulled up on your screen, you'll see it for window. If not,
okay, so let me pull it up first.
Okay.
I have to pull it up first. Okay, now I get to do this. If I can see where this is again.
And if it's just a slide, you don't need to share audio. That's only if it's video. Oh, I'm in tune with the numbers today. I saw 11:11 and now it's 12:12.
Can you see this cone of consciousness?
No, not yet. Hold on. Let me add it to stream. I see our email. So
that's okay. So I'm going to close that out. Is that better?
Yep. Click on the thing you want to share last is what I do. And then it's the first thing when I open up the share.
Here we go. It's letting me use different.
Yeah, the cone of consciousness. I've not heard this before.
Okay. I can't believe this is happening. Because it's not letting me go in and open it up. And you can't see this.
You have to hit share again because we stopped the share. Thank you. I learned something. So when you share, then I have the option to give it permission to be shown.
Okay, can you see that?
Nope.
Okay. This is too bad.
Can I search it, or is it something you created?
You can definitely search it.
Cone of consciousness?
So, yes, it's David Hawkins.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. I just didn't know that was the name of it. Yep, I'll share it. I use it as the with Abraham Hicks and the emotion ladder.
Yes.
Yeah.
There you go, the very first one.
Yeah.
Oh, there you got it. So what this is, when we're talking about awareness.
Where'd it go?
Have you got it?
It was there. Hold on. This one over here. Yeah.
Yes.
Open in a new window. Yeah, when I open it, it goes to a different website. I'll just leave it on the Google search and then people can see.
Okay.
Actually, and there's Maslow's 4 states of consciousness. I don't know if you, but anyways, we've
So
got
I
this.
want Maslow up there too, if you don't mind.
Yep.
I'm just sending you an email right now.
Perfect. Okay, great. Yeah, Abraham Hicks has a really good video on the emotions ladder, and it is this graph.
Okay, so I look at this one through a different lens.
Okay.
And I look at this, so I look at the physical body. The physical body, according to Dr. Gary Young of Young Living Oils, who has passed, he says the physical body registers between 62 and 78. He says cold start at 58. Are you there?
Yep. Can you?
Where did you go? I can't see you now.
Come back to the StreamYard tab. And I'm just waiting for your email. There it is.
What is going on here? I'm only getting videos from you. Here we go. This is too bad that this is taking so long. So when you look at the physical body, it registers at 62 to 78. When you look, I'm in twice.
Oh.
There you go. So when you look at,
okay, let's just ground.
I'm going to start all over again, okay? So totally ground, bring it back. So when you look at the cone of consciousness, the physical body registers between 62 and 78. Cold start at 58, flus at 57, according to Dr. Gary Young, cancer at 42, physical death registers at 25. So look at where shame and guilt are on that chart.
The bottom.
Shame registers at 20, guilt registers at 30. So when somebody tries to shame you or put you in shame, they are basically wishing death upon you. Notice the consciousness, the energy. This is all about knowing how to manage our energy flow. If you try to put somebody in shame, you're wishing them death energy. So in the year 2000, they say in the United States, the consciousness hit about 200, which is, if you notice, the level of courage. 9/11 happens, drops everybody back into fear, lowers the consciousness because now everybody's contracting in fear instead of expanding in love. So we're working our way back up now. So you see anger is 150. I know people who feel ashamed of themselves because they have anger issues. And I remind them, maybe the anger saved your life someday because it brought your frequency up. And they look at me like I'm nuts because nobody's ever said that to them before. It doesn't give you the right to do a drive-by on anyone. But it does give you an opportunity to look at how energy. So we need to get angry right now with everything that's going on. Right. Can you be angry and not lose your center? Can you express anger because it's the proper emotion? Maybe it's telling you need to set a boundary with someone.
Right.
But it doesn't give you the right to, like I said, do a drive-by on anyone. It doesn't give you the right to act out on it. So we start working our way up to pride. We know how the pride has been hijacked. So you're supposed to be proud of who you are, but we're taught not to be proud of ourselves. We're taught to, oh, you're too big for your britches, or who do you think you are? This is kind of the shaming that goes on in the collective when people start to shine brightly with their light. Work your way up to neutrality. Reason, love is 528, the frequency based on the solfeggio. So he's got it in the band of 500. But enlightenment is the 700 to 1,000. Why I love that. So we want to come from our hearts. We want to get out of those lower vibrations, but we want to come from our heart, but we also want the truth of the information. And this is what brings us into a higher 5D realm of consciousness, because whoever is the observer and can see without blinders or patterns and programs affecting you, you tend to operate from a higher jumping off point to create whatever realities you want to create, right? So there's another one, another video, I think it's called Ascension, and it has a woman sitting chakras, and then it has another one beside it.
Yep, okay, I got it. Let me come back to share. Okay, go ahead.
So if we see the chakra color, so we know red is the root chakra, orange is the sacral, where we process our emotions in our lower abdomen. Then we go into the solar plexus. So I'm sure your people know this. I'm just going to go on, just briefly go through this. Then we come into our heart chakra, which is the loving source. What is a certain medical procedure right now attacking? Pericarditis, myocarditis, strokes, heart attacks, because they do not want us coming from love. They want this, our society to be heartbroken. Then we go into our throat, which is interesting. We're both wearing blue today, speaking our truth. I noticed that as soon as I saw you when you popped in. We have our third eye, which is the indigo color. And then we have the purple, which is your connection to source. Notice the flag on the side, how the pride colors have been taken, and the purple is at the bottom, and the root chakra is at the top. Notice there's only 6 colors there. Which one's missing? The third eye, that inner knowing. It's all about an inversion of energy. You have a chart there that shows, and it's called inverted energy fields.
Okay.
So now a lot of people would say, I'm picking on the LBGT community. No, I'm picking on the fact they're hijacking our personal energy fields and they're trying to sexualize children. That's what my protest is. So you notice I've got the chakra chart on the bottom that's upside down. And the gay pride, the LBGT flag on the top.
Yep.
Corporations are promoting this. So this is why they want everybody upside down. So basically they want your spirituality up your butt and thinking with your pie hole. So why did everybody go out and buy toilet paper when COVID hit? Because they've inverted us. This started in 2015 that it really started coming out with this flag. I was at the protest rallies for the sex ed curriculum in Toronto, and I watched a politician come out. I think 2 weeks in a row, they had the flag the right side up, and then they inverted it on the third one when they brought the drag queens in. And I'm like, wow. So this is what you get to see when you observe without attachment. I watched this whole thing come in. So we know that the purple is the highest vibration. The dark blue is the next highest, and the red is the slowest. They want everybody slowed down so we don't step into our true ascension. We've got this when we start seeing this differently than what we've been conditioned to, how we've looked at it in the past. So what companies are promoting all this energy inversion? The schools are promoting it. Corporations are promoting it. Governments are promoting it. Why do they want us upside down? So can you put up Maslow's hierarchy of needs, the one slide?
Yep, the one.
Where did she go? So we're going to show Maslow's hierarchy of needs as we wait for Christine to come back. What is missing in the Maslow's chart is he has 5 colors. And he starts with, I think he goes red.
Hi.
Kept talking.
I kicked myself out instead of the screen. This is what happens when you got something important to say. Here we go.
It is always what happens. Quite often the internet will go out. So there's another chart there. Not that one. Go to the smaller one. That one's it's called inverted energy fields.
There we go.
Sorry, Maslow. So you see he's got red, orange, yellow, light green, blue, but he's missing the third eye and he's missing the spirituality. So what's happened in the education system, they've taken that higher knowing out of education because they want everybody to be dumbed down as employees.
Right.
So they gave the blue and the purple to the church. Well, the educational institutions kept the lower energy. I didn't know this when I created this chart. Maslow was a Freemason. Oh, well, it does not just fit into the narrative when we start to realize how we've been manipulated.
Interesting.
Right. So what other charts did I give you there?
One more.
So this is what the latest is. This is the conspiracy chart that the mental health industry is using right now. They are offering a 2-day course for people to be able to diagnose mentally ill people. Notice the colors are upside down. The red is at the top. So if you believe in anything that's going on that's in the world right now that's truth related, QAnon, Deep State, George Soros, Pizzagate, Nasera, you basically are a danger to yourself and others. So we have to understand, and you and I talked a bit about this last week, just to make sure we know where we put our feet when we talk about what we do. I don't use the word healing. I don't believe I heal. I help people facilitate and clear their energy blocks. So we have to come up with a language. Otherwise we get told we're practicing mental health, which who is so arrogant to think they get to talk about the human condition as if only their field is qualified.
Right.
Like there's a lot of narcissism in there, right? But when you look at the very top one, it says the anti-Semitic point of no return. That's where you're a danger to yourself and others. You drop one down and it talks about soy boys. And a lot of why we're confused, in my opinion, is because of things like a lot of estrogen is in the system. And estrogen makes women maybe a little crazy, but it makes men weak. Right? Feminizes the men. So we have an opportunity to look at all of these different things to see why is there a block? Why do we have a block? And I'm of the opinion, if you're not afraid a little bit right now, you're not paying attention to what's happening. So we all have to know what's going on around us, but not let it guide us, not let it manipulate us, or not let it steer us into making a decision that's not in our best interest. Right. So basically, if you follow the narrative, you're grounded in reality. If you don't follow the narrative and you ask any questions, it's getting to the point now that that's what they deem as mentally ill or mental illness. So isn't this interesting how we've all been lied to?
Wow.
I haven't got this one set up yet, but if you can see this chart here, look at our money system. So if the purple were here, this would be the chakra colors, but they want us striving for the 5s and 10s, and the 50s, the lower color energy.
Right.
So we're not, so energetically, we want the lower amount, the lower denominations. These guys have thought of everything. I'm told the US is now changing their money to look like ours. It's a total inversion of energy. So I have to ask you a question now. Who do you trust more, you or me? Your answer is you. This is for everybody. You know, everybody has to trust themselves. You know that, right? But people have to stop and think about that because they're not used to being asked that question. And this is when you know and you trust yourself. You know. And that's when nobody can shake you off your foundation as we move into the higher consciousness. Because when you go back to the cone of consciousness, I was out for a walk with a friend of mine this week, and people are growing spiritually right now. They're waking up to things. But when you go back to that and you start realizing that, okay, we're all looking at a 3D level to try to manifest in this reality. But what if we're meant to raise our consciousness first? And that is going to be the triggering event that flips us into the 5th dimension.
Neat.
So just looking at things just a little differently than what we're used to, how we look at things. So that's a lot of what I share with people is that consciousness, that showing them how to align energetically inside. And yes, you need the yogas, you need the reflexology, you need the massage, you maybe need an osteopath, because if your body is out of alignment energetically, you are still not going to be able to bring on all your systems the way that you want to bring your systems on. And I had been in an accident years ago and realized I could lean more one way than the other. And I went to a yoga class and he said, don't do that. Only go as far one way as you can go the other way until you can master it. So all these modalities are so required. They all dovetail.
Right.
We're all needed.
Yeah.
Because some people out there don't want us to clue in and figure this out.
Right. Yeah. It's looking at the whole person.
Totally. So, and there's nobody more qualified to be you than you. And I lead with a lot of comments like that. Doesn't matter what our field of expertise is. We all have one, regardless of what it is. And somebody we need plumbers. We need electricians who might not understand what we're doing, but maybe we can go in remotely and clear their energy with their permission.
Right.
And all help each other, right? Back in 2016, I wrote a book, Ending Global Loneliness, Finding Purpose, Love, and Dynamic Relationships. And it was interesting when I was writing this book because I knew something was wrong. I was still financial planning. I published in 16, but I started writing it in 14. I knew something was wrong, but I didn't know what. So this is basically the first layer of the onion to build yourself back up as a person. So what is that? Finding your purpose, which doesn't always work that way. Doesn't always work in order. The next one is finding your values and what you stand for. Do you know how many people have been spoon-fed programs and values and morality? So we went through, you had to support LBGT. No, we don't. You have to, Black Lives Matter. I find Ball, Lucifer, and Moloch. So everything's been hijacked. Then we go into white privilege. No, we don't. If you don't have 1%, you're not 1% of the people with half the world's assets, you're not privileged. I'm sorry, you can call yourself that if you want, but I think it depends on how you look at it. They've even hijacked how we look at net worth. Net worth now is not who you are as a person, but it's how much money you have. So they're really pushing that 3D materialistic narrative on us. And this is what we're aspiring to overcome, right? My third chapter is on boundaries, inner, outer, and sexual boundaries.
Oh, good.
And it's interesting. The fourth one is I talk about pornography and why that needs to go. And the fifth and sixth are about healing yourself, going in and finding out why your body reacts to things based on what's happened to you. Chapter 7 is how to rock a relationship, which is funny because I'm single, but it's really interesting because we aren't taught how to have great relationships. So it's an interesting chapter. Chapter 8 is the dance between the masculine and the feminine.
Cool.
Chapter 9 is about feminine sexuality and bringing us back to who we are as women. Not the feminazi stuff, but as genuinely as women, right? So it's interesting, the push right now to get us out of non-binary. All energy is binary. You have electric, which is the one, which is the male energy. You have magnetic, which is the 0, which is the feminine energy. It's true in DNA coding. It's true in computer coding. And it's true in our human genetic makeup. So they want us non-binary. So we don't know who we are. We're confused and in a daze. So the male is the 1. He has the penis. The female has the womb. That's it. But when we don't let them take us off our center, they can't get past us, because that's what all the inversion is, duper's delight, trying to make you go against yourself or what's in your highest good or your children's highest good. If you obviously have a care, whoever has children, you have a responsibility to make decisions for them until they're old enough to do it on their own. Right. Or if you're caring for elderly, what have you there. But it's really just an interesting take on not getting duped, because that's what this whole evil versus good is about. Can they dupe you? Can they get you to give up your money, give up something so that they can take from you? It's an imbalance of energy. When we talk about boundaries, I always say to people, I've got my hand up higher just because of the banners in the bottom there. When you come in with energy, you are in a relationship, you come here. Whoever the relationship, doesn't matter if it's a business partner, intimate partner, family, friend, whatever, you come here and you do a dance. Like, it's never one way or another or exactly even, because that would be too rigid. But when you have energy that comes over here and is taking from this person, you've gone too far. Mm-hmm. So what I've noticed about boundaries, nowhere does it say in the literature, stop messing with people, stop causing harm to others. All it says is stand back, get out of the situation, say no politely, but it never says stop hurting anyone. So that's another inversion of the energy. The onus is always on the person not to be victimized or hurt or taken advantage of, but the onus is never on the person to stop doing the hurting. And I mentioned this one time, I was in I don't know if I was on a call and somebody had made a comment about the narcissists aren't going to go for that. Who cares? Like, why do we cater to the narcissists? Oh, because they aren't going to be nice? Right. Time. And where are all these narcissists? In corporations, in governments, institutions, all the places that influence our society. Right. So this is maybe a little heavier than what the last presentation was. I got the tail end of that. But it's so important that we understand what we're up against so that we can fly our spaceship right side up.
I have a quick question before you go. So non-binary, I was starting to understand was that this is from a soul level, is that we are going to learn to communicate and be together in community without any kind of separation, including gender. So the non-binary, because there's a lot of children that I'm wondering if they're coming in and are identifying with being non-binary, that they, for the age of Aquarius, are bringing us into that place of communicating from that soul self. What are your thoughts on that?
This is just an opinion and a thought, and I know I'm going to offend some people here. The New Age movement was created by Aleister Crowley, MI5, MI6, and Mascale.
Okay.
So a lot of the information, because in the 60s, people were getting away from religion, so they had to create something else that they could control with.
Okay.
We are human form. We are organic in our human form. In my opinion, we are IA. We are intelligent already. Everything, the computers, the programs they run through education, through the TV systems, everything else mimics us. We are the true intelligence. For us to remain the true intelligence, and from what I'm hearing, a lot of other planets want our DNA, the beings, because we are creator energy. Mm-hmm. The woman as the womb is the creator of all life. Yes, we need the male. We need that sperm to be able to fertilize the eggs. But if we come in as non-binary, what's going to happen? We're not having sex. We're not creating the organic human anymore. So I think that's just part of the mind messing with you. I went for a walk one day and there's 3 boys there's 2 women who walked past me, and like, I don't know how many seconds, like 30 seconds later, 3 young boys walked past, and one looks at me and goes, "My name's Marilyn." The other goes, "My name's Evelyn." I go, "Wait a minute." I go, "No, it's not." And I go, "What's your name?" And he told me, and he goes, "I'm a girl." And I said, "No, you're not. You're a boy." You know what he said to me? "Okay." So who are these teachers to think that they can mess with a child's sexuality You're going to convince these children to go in and get your genitals cut off? Where's the narcissism and the sociopathy within the education system to think you even have a right to talk to somebody's child about sex? Where's the conversation about love? So what's happening with the androgyny, the feminist movement with, what's her name? Gloria Steinem. She was a CIA agent telling everybody, get out there and have sex like a man and get money like a man. She masculinized the women is what she did. Then we have the soy and all those products out there and all the women standing up saying men are so, they're the abusers. So we feminize the men. So they're inverting the polarity. So nobody's going to be making babies. If you look at a scale, so let's say the scale is here. This is the masculine, extreme masculine energy, and this is extreme feminine, right in the middle. You're going to meet a partner who's the opposite of wherever you are. So if you have an extremely masculine male, he's going to require an extremely feminine female. It doesn't mean they're not going to have problems in their relationship, but there's a polarity that's involved. Yeah. Usually people are 60-40, 70-30. So you've got to have that sexual tension to make the sparks fly. You come into the middle of androgyny. Do you ever see the couples where they maybe both wear khaki pants, but different style, and they wear plaid shirts and they have the same hat on, same type of sunglasses? I guarantee you those two are best friends, but they're not having sex because you need that tension, the electromagnetic tension to make humanity work. So I think there's a lot of deception and lies going out there. And even in the spiritual community about non-binary, no, we're binary. We're ones and O's. And if we're not careful, we're going to lose our human ability to be able to produce. And everything is going to go into the AI. And that's what they're putting in the molecules. When you make a man-made molecule, it has sharp edges. I don't think I have one right here. It has like an L for an edge. Okay. That's a man-made molecule. That's what they're putting in the jab. So you can't patent what's natural, but you can patent what's man-made. Now that that's in there, they can patent you. You basically gave up everything, your soul. Right. So this is why we really want to look at what's going on. And question everything, because we have the right to question everything. Why? Right. Because we're IA, intelligent already. Right. So a lot of people are really pushing this sex ed onto children. And I know there's people, I've got a friend who's a teacher in the United States. They're putting books in the library, boy on boy sex in the public school library. Where's the outrage that this is child abuse, child sex abuse, instead of what gender am I? They want you to be 6 genders. So you sit there and look, what flavor am I this month? Right. But they don't want you to say, hey, why don't you wait until you're old enough and understand or experience lovemaking instead of sex making? So it's really taken a turn. But our human sexuality is everything because that's what makes us procreate. Humans are the only species who get sex wrong. If you neuter a male dog, it doesn't make it a female dog. Right. So there's lots of things to look at. Right. So I'm sure I've got some spoiling a little bit.
My mind just like, woo, right now.
So now look at the cone of consciousness. If you want to put that back up, so everybody can do this and we can finish on that note, because I'm sure you've got other people you want to see. So if you can put up the cone of consciousness. Okay. And this is an exercise for everyone based on what I just said.
Okay, I got the right one up there. Let me share. There we go.
So now everyone look at this cone based on what I just said. I've given you information that most people don't share this information. I have a very unique way of saying it. Where's your consciousness now? What level are you at? And don't think, just know, use your intuition. Where are you at? Because I bet you every one of you jumped at least 200 or 300. Just because now you know. You want to argue with me about whether 6 genders exist? Who cares? You can do what you want, right? Like anybody can do what they want, but I know the difference, because if we don't get this right, humanity's gone. They want us to be transhuman in no time. Right. So where are you now in energy? It was interesting. I had a client come in one day and she said, I'm peaceful. I feel so peaceful. And it was interesting because normally she came in distressed about all the things that were going on in society. So I said, what I do with her muscle testing, I said, here's this cone of consciousness. I said, measure yourself. Where are you? And she didn't look at it. She goes, I'm at about 600. So we just muscle tested off her thigh mass. She goes, I'm at about 640. And then we looked at the cone of consciousness. That was peace. So she identified herself correctly, her true emotion. This is what we should be identifying as what emotions feel like. What does love feel like? What does joy feel like? Yeah. So I look at her, and this is the first time I've done that. And I look at her and I go, what am I at? I'm at about 410. So even though I was lower in frequency, but I was there as the teacher So I had to stay in my reasoning mind. So I was where I needed to be, but there's no contest between us.
Right.
So these are tools that we can use to raise our awareness. So
that's good. I'm used to using a pendulum for it, so I'm gonna practice that and just tap in with myself and check it out. So thank
pendulums
you.
are great. I have pendulums, L rods. They're all divination. Your cards, I saw your dragon cards.
Yeah,
they're all divination tools to help us trust ourselves, because ultimately our connection with source and all the energy around us. This is too much to go into right now, but it's that connection, that information field that we're all part of, that we're meant to tap into. And that's why they're putting up the 5G and everything else, right? Because they want to interfere with our little brain circuits. And it's like, no, we're staying above it all. Right. So we've got this.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. I feel like you're like, woo, the whirlwind that came in. So thank you. I appreciate it. And I definitely want to have you back. So we'll chat.
Love to. I would love to.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
All right. Thanks, Sandy.
You're welcome.
Bye. Okay. Awesome. Let's bring up Amy. Hello, Amy.
Hello.
Thank you for waiting patiently.
No problem.
That conversation was juicy, and I really wanted to ask about the non-binary. So thank you for that. Let me bring up your banner. Here we go. How are you?
I'm great. Can you hear me okay? We're good?
I can. Okay. Yeah. You look great. So Amy and I connected through Telegram, and she's in our village, which is so beautiful. And maybe she could even share a little bit about what her experience has been like in this last month as we go through. But tell us, just introduce who you are and what it is that you do so that we have the formal introduction.
For sure. Yeah. Thank you so much for inviting me, first off, Christine. It's really a pleasure. So yes, I'm Amy. I am a burnout and productivity coach and consultant. So I'm on a mission to eradicate burnout. Generally, I work one-on-one with clients, and I work with teams and leaders really to help everybody stress less and get into a place of alignment. Because I really believe this mission of productivity through this hustle culture mindset that we're living in is causing a mass misalignment amongst us as individuals, as teams, and as a society. So, so that's what I'm doing. Who I am, I'm a single mama of a brilliant 12-year-old not so little girl. She's 12 going on 16. Also, what else can I say? I'm a retiring perfectionist. So learning to surrender, learning to surrender a little bit more every day with the need to release control, right? Which is as a type A hyper independent woman who is and always has been, has always had to do it all on her own and operate in this hyper masculine world we're just now learning to unravel ourselves from. That can be kind of challenging to release. So it's a journey.
And how to be feminine, right? Based on what Cindy was talking about.
Yes, absolutely. Really like getting out of that hypermasculine state that I need to be and learning to release and surrender into the feminine. That's a big part of my journey for sure. Yeah.
Awesome. Good. Well, tell us a little bit about your story in the sense of like, how did you get to what you're doing today? What was it? Because I know you were in corporate before. We've had that conversation, me as well, and the pivot to what you're doing now. Yeah,
for sure. Well, okay. So for most of my life, until just a few years ago, when I had my big breakdown, that became my breakthrough, I've operated in extreme stress mode, right? Feeling responsible for everything and everyone around me, needing to always be in control. To give some context, mental health is a big issue in my family. So my dad suffers from severe depression. And so I grew up in a home that was pretty volatile. Alcoholism, addictions, anxiety, depression, right? That's all in my bloodline. And as the oldest of 4 kids, I learned how to be a caretaker at a pretty young age, right? And when it comes to crisis management, let's just say I've had my fair share of crisis management experiences across the mental health board, everything from overdoses and abusive relationships and attempted suicide, the whole 9 yards, always being that person to take care of the crisis.
Right.
And then as an adult, I've definitely battled my own hardships of anxiety, panic attacks, depression. And I went through 3 major burnout episodes. So one at 19, one at about 23 years old, and then the final one when I was 36. So burnout happens after like a prolonged period of emotional, mental, or physical stress, right? It's not something that happens suddenly. It's prolonged stress rooted in what I now understand, misalignment, right? We're so caught up in all the things that we have to do and the expectations, and we push and we shove, and we're completely out of alignment with our highest self, right? And so this is what I did over and over again. So when I was barely 19 years old when I experienced my first burnout. And back then I was a full-time business commerce student with a 4.0 GPA. I was playing competitive soccer, working 3 part-time jobs, having the typical college lifestyle, you know? So I was doing it all really well until I wasn't, right? Talk about burning the candle at both ends, right? Yeah. So I slowed down for a bit, but at 19 years old, I had no idea what burnout was. No one even was talking about it at that time. Never mind how to properly heal and recover from it. I had no idea that I was operating out of a place of alignment. I just thought, whoa, life is crazy. Let's just shed some of this weight, right? And then a few years later, I was basically repeating the cycle again, right? So I was back in school, this time studying financial management, working a full-time job, playing competitive soccer. I was in an unhealthy relationship with someone who was bipolar and like suffering from depression. So I, again, was in this mode of managing too many things at once. Right. And it was in this point in my life where I experienced panic attacks for the first time. This time, and instead of quitting, so that when I was 19, I kind of quit everything, you know, and escaped it. This time I ended up powering through and finishing until my final exams were completing the soccer season. And then once that was all done, I sold everything I owned, broke up with my partner, quit my job, and then went traveling for a year in South America, right? So I changed my circumstances again. And this time I learned a lot about who I was in relation to society, right? When you're in a new and different society, especially Latin America is very different than Canada or the States. And I learned, you know, what it meant to live in a society powered by love and connection and music and art. So when I returned to Vancouver, I almost had this like reverse culture shock, right? And how backwards it is to live here in this westernized society in terms of work-life balance, right? It's totally backwards. Anyways, I spent the next dozen years or so integrating myself back into hustle culture society. That's, you know, my whole corporate world experience, right? So a dozen years of leading teams and managing teams in various industries. So like hospitality, construction, education, e-commerce, doing accounting, finance, human resourcing, administration, all of the areas of business. But no matter the industry or the area, it was always about supporting the people around me, right? That was my motivation. Finding more efficient and more effective and more holistic solutions and making sure the people around me were always taken care of, right? That was always so important to me. You know, I always ask, is this the best way, right? Is this the best way? My mind's always seeking the solutions and ways to do it better. To go off on like a little bit of a tangent, as a kid, I was always organizing things. You know, like in my family photo album, there are photos of me cleaning and organizing. I always loved making things better. And yes, that was a need to control the situation for sure. But that was part of my nurture, right? The environment I had to adapt to, and also part of my nature, like my innate skill sets in organizing and solution finding. Anyways, that's a bit of a tangent, but back to the corporate world. Eventually I landed myself in the role of general manager at an e-commerce Amazon driven company. Right. So if you know me already, Amazon is like out of alignment with who I am. But on paper, this was a great job. I ended up working 60 hours a week, trying to do the work of 3 full-time managers. Through so much impossible red tape. Like the owner of the business and me couldn't be on more extreme ends of the spectrum, values and morals and mission. So it really was mission impossible, right? I was suffering from anxiety, chronic insomnia, panic attacks. I was a depressed mess, to put it lightly. My severe burnout this time caused a lot of pain in my dearest relationships. I didn't have the capacity to be a good mom, right? This was my breakdown moment. I had to leave a team I loved. And after quitting my job, I couldn't work for nearly 9 months because that's how long it took to recover and heal. Right? Like burnouts are the real deal. And during that time of recovery, I realized that the way I lived my life, right, this high achieving, self-sacrificing, perfectionist way of living, always needing to do everything for everyone and fix all the problems, including the problems that weren't mine to solve. This way of living that is supported and actually celebrated by hustle culture society, where, you know, success means that you always have to be on. You've got to work hard 24/7 to climb the corporate ladder, to make all the money, right? To do it all the hyper-masculine way. This way of thinking was not okay, right? And these were deep core beliefs that I grew up with, that I had to unravel. I had to change everything, right? And so I did the real work. And by real work this time, it wasn't chopping everything off and escaping for a while. I had to rewire my deep-rooted thought patterns and beliefs that weren't in alignment with my soul, with my highest self. So this self-discovery, the learning from spiritual gurus, the rebalancing of the divine masculine and feminine energies, you know, playing with my shadow, holding my inner child, really getting acquainted with my higher self, like understanding who and what I am. You know, I started to tap into my intuitive abilities. I spent a lot of time napping, right? Like we're doing the actual healing work, slowing it down. I just played a lot more. There was, you know, running and yoga and painting. I learned how to write poetry again. It's like I rediscovered my poetic self. Really just being present and learning what it means to actually enjoy the journey. Right? So burnout really happens when we're in the present or in the future or in the past instead of being present. And by no means is this work ever done, right? It's not like, oh, I fixed myself, ta-da, here I am. But it's this continuous reconfiguration of my core beliefs and commitment to living in alignment to my highest self. And this whole journey got me to realize my purpose, right? And my purpose is to help others learn to stress less and live in alignment. And the only way I can do that is by committing to do that every day myself as well, right? And it's really not by doing anything, but it's more being, right? And so that's my motto: do less, be more. We're human beings. We're not human doings, right? That's right off the bat. We need to remember that. And when we can get back to that essence, when we can get back to embodying our being instead of pushing and shoving and doing faster and harder, that's where true productivity happens, right? So like, how productive can we be as individuals or organizations or society when we're having to constantly navigate overwhelm and anxiety and depression and burnout, right? We can't. We're going to drop off the edge if we're constantly doing that. So so that's my mission now, is to eradicate burnout and teach people how to just be more in alignment and stop doing so much.
Right. It's calming. And you even just your demeanor, you have a very calming demeanor about that, right? And you and I have very similar backgrounds. And I love when I didn't realize you had traveled so much. I lived in Asia and I lived in Costa Rica. And so I understand what you're talking about, right? Of like cultures that really, they value family, they value the arts and this, you know, kind of slower pace of life. And then you come home and I also had that reverse culture shock. I remember being so angry in the grocery store of like how perfect all of the, you know, the fruits and vegetables were. And I'm like, this isn't real life. Like, this isn't how it grows, you know, from what I'd experienced being abroad. And it's okay for things to have brown spots on them, you know, like for the fruit and vegetables. It doesn't have to be anyway, so I won't go on that tangent, but I just this way of life of like being able to come home to ourselves, and being present and really just rooting into what is it that we want and being alive, right? Not this, I got to do all these things. I've got to work the 60, 80 hours. You know, I come from a family of workaholics, right? And just what I had witnessed growing up. And so just, you think that this is the way that life is. No, it doesn't have to be that way, right? We can slow down. And I love your motto there of do less, be more. I think that's really poignant for today, right? For people to just take that step back and just surrender into whatever it is that they are wanting to do, but from a place of pleasure instead of I got to get things done, or there's deadlines or that competition, because it doesn't feel good, right? At the end of the day.
For sure. And that's one of the blessings of the past 2 years is it's taught us to slow down. And Mother Nature has shown us very candidly in the first few months, like, see what happens to this beautiful earth when we slow down. So it's the same thing with us, all the healing that can happen so quickly when we just be present.
Yeah. That's very good. Cool. Well, we were going to have a little chat about what's the difference between overwhelm and burnout, just to be clear on that for the audience.
For sure. It's a really great question to explore because those words are thrown around all the time, right? And overwhelm is chronic stress. Okay. So those words can be used interchangeably, but what I've learned through my own experience and just the research that I've done is the simplest way to look at it, because when we're chronically stressed or when we're burnt out, we need things to be as simple as possible. Like decision fatigue is out the window, right? So overwhelm is too much, okay? And burnout is a lack of. So overwhelm, when we think of it's caused by too much, there's too much responsibility, there's too much expectation, there's too much stimuli, there's too many to-dos, there's too much stress. Okay. When you're experiencing chronic stress or overwhelm, you're still able to get everything done. You're in like hyper-powered mode. You're operating at extreme level. You're powering through, you're hustling 24/7. You have to and need to make things happen because you really care and you don't want to let yourself or others down, right? It's just you are operating like here, go all the time, but it's not healthy. Okay. And then burnout, on the other hand, is caused by lack of, right? So eventually that too much reaches the tipping point due to a lack of, right? So we have a lack of support. We have a lack of resources. We have a lack of autonomy, which is a big one. We have a lack of appreciation. We have a lack of happy feelings, right? So where overwhelm can be characterized by caring too much, burnout is where you've lost all care at all for all of it, right? You become detached, you become dismissive, cynical, pessimistic, hopeless, right? You see how all those words are negative. They're under the lack umbrella, right? So that's the biggest way to differentiate. Like if you're feeling a lot, whether it's overwhelm or burnout, and you can't tell, just really try to tune into, am I embodying or feeling too much intensity? Is everything too much? Or is it, I don't care anymore? Is there a lack of anything really? Any drive, any, lack of energy, right? A lack of effectiveness as well. Overwhelm, you're super effective still. You can get it all done. But when you're burnt out, even if you do get things done, there's a serious lack of accomplishment, right? So those are the main differences between the two. What burnout looks like maybe I can talk a little bit about what burnout can look like, right? Because it's definitely uniquely individual in its expression, right? From one person to the next, just like anything else, any other mental health illness. But in general, it's a major shift in the pattern of response to your life, right? So how you react to, engage with, and feel about everything in your world is very different than when you're feeling good, when you're operating from a place of alignment, right? So burnout is this loss of interest in things that you used to enjoy, right? Your hobbies, your passions, socializing. Burnout is fatigue, right? This is the loss of energy. It's inability to sleep. You have less energy for your normal activities like workouts or playing with your kids. It's loss of appetite or even interest in food at all. What else? It's feelings of, so we've got the negative feeling aspect too. So feelings of irritability, anxiety, depression. You're easily triggered by the smallest thing that normally would not faze you, right? And then you're snapping at people unintentionally. And then, oh shit, like why did that happen? Being short or rude, right? You're in the distractions. So you're distracting yourself from how you feel through food or drugs or alcohol, right? So for example, you're just like, all you're thinking about all day is looking forward to that glass of wine that you're going to have at the end of the day to take the edge off, right? Or you're eating chocolate, and as you're finishing up your chocolate, you're wondering what else you can eat, right? That will comfort you. What else? We also, when we're burnt out, we go into research mode to solve the the symptom. So, what are the best supplements and nootropics that I can take to help me focus more, or calm down, or sleep, right? We're looking to mask the symptoms.
Right.
And then I think the most important one that, like for myself, it's that inner sense of knowing when you're burnt out, that if you don't do something about how you're operating your life now, then you're afraid of what might happen, right? You're afraid of what might end up happening, because it's very clear this way of operating is not sustainable, right? And it's so like when you are at that point, right? When you're experiencing prolonged stress, it's so important to do everything that you can to take care of your well-being and prevent burnout if possible, because burnout takes a significant time to recover from, especially if you've been hit with adrenal fatigue as well, right? Which was my experience. So yeah, it's no joke. And the thing is, like every conversation that I have nowadays, everybody's burnt out, especially you see healthcare and education.
Yeah.
I have friends that work in both, and it's not a fun place right now after these past couple of years for everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. It's that recharge, right? Coming back home to ourselves, to really understanding our body, what's going on, connecting into our intuition so that we can make those decisions that are healthier for us. I feel like, as you're describing that list, that's also what entrepreneurship is. Not all of it. I say that a little bit of a joke, but like even just in the last 2 years, because there has been, a lot of uncertainty and we're moving and shifting and all of these things, is to really make sure you have a daily practice or a ceremony or ritual so that you are looking after yourself first, right? That oxygen mask on us, because we've been taught to serve. We've been taught, you and I have that similar thing, is like I'll can hold 8 plates, they're all spinning. But when then it comes time to myself, it was like, oh, well, I'm too tired, or I've run out of time, or, we don't always, before weren't thinking of ourselves, right? Because we were busy managing everyone else, and that is a control thing. It's not,
It is.
Yeah. The wounds, right? Those masculine and feminine wounds, and just really sinking into, we don't need to run from that space anymore.
For sure. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And the thing is, like if you've honed skills of self-awareness, you don't have to break down to break through, right? Like you don't have to burn out. But a key piece of that is you really have to rise to that level of consciousness that isn't in the problem anymore.
Right.
Otherwise, you'll do what I did the first couple of rounds of burnout. Like I just kept staying in that problem mode, right? And then that cycle just heightens. It gets worse every time. So we can't just mask the symptoms. You've got to, and there's really like 2 ways to approach burnout. And one is to fix the symptoms by changing your actions, like I did my first 2 rounds of burnout in my life. And the other one really is getting to know your mindset and the emotional state that you're in that is the source of the problem, right? It really takes looking at the root cause to create that internal shift that's necessary in terms of perspective, right? Because it really does come down to perspective.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you. I'm sorry you were a little bit shorter for today, because we definitely have more questions for you. But if you can, just before wrapping up, share what it's been like in the village this last month that we've just started it, and then also how people can reach you.
For sure. Yeah, the village has been great. There's classes Monday through Thursday, right? And it's just a nice little safe community to, well, for me, it's to start my day with, because I'm on the West Coast. So it's been a really almost comforting place to just have a reset at every morning. Lots of great teachers. I mean, I feel like I'm getting all of these people to help and support me. It's quite the gift. So it's a pretty special thing that you guys are doing. So
thank you.
The community aspect is huge for me, for sure. I believe that we need to learn through community, right? So,
yeah, absolutely. Feeling held in community, right? So important.
Absolutely.
Yeah, good. And how can people reach you?
The best way to reach me is just to email. I'm a little bit old school, so I prefer that over social media. But I'm also on social media, so Instagram is at doless.bemore. But yeah, you can email me at and then amyfairbridge.com. So amyfairbridge.com.
Super.
Yeah.
And then you have one-on-one packages where people can work with you one-on-one for their burnout to really get rid of that. And also a support group, which I think is so phenomenal for those who this is their pattern.
Yeah, so we've got a women's burnout support group that we meet weekly, like on a live group coaching call, basically. And then we have a private chat where we share resources and offer accountability and support in there and do a journal prompt each week. So that's great. And then I've also got a program, which is a 9-week program called Soulful Productivity. So that we'll have a new one launching, a new group starting in April as well. So that's available to check out on my website at www.amyfairbridge.com.
Perfect. Okay, awesome. Well, thank you so much. This is great. And thank you for being with us today.
Yes, thanks so much for having me, Christine.
Yeah, you're welcome. Here's a little bit of love from Virginia too.
Great. Thank you.
All right. Have a good day.
You too. Bye.
Thanks. All right. Next up, and I love how these two are back to back. This is so incredible. Next up, we have Crystal Holm, and the two of you connect to each other. You guys could be definite interview buddies. So Crystal, let me bring you up. And I feel like it's almost all the coaches I find sometimes, I feel like it's like we're triage, we can help. What's going on? What are the things? And we're here, right? We're like, oh, I can help you with this. I'm so excited to interview you and for what it is that you do. Just the fact that you can channel and clutter and like the messages of what is in someone's room or something that they want to, create more space in, that you get special messages from that. But I really do feel it comes from the core of what Amy was talking about the whole time she was mentioning, the things that with overwhelm and with burnout, I'm like, oh man, Crystal's up next, and another coach that is helping with that kind of stuff and part of what's up in our mindset. So thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me. I'm very excited to be here this morning.
Good. So give us a formal introduction of like, who are you? And if you could introduce that and then share your story, a little bit of like how you got to what you're doing today.
Sure. Well, I'm Crystal Holm. I am the founder of Design Life Studio. I am the creator of the Design Life Method. I am a feng shui designer and a clutter expert. And what I do is I really help soul-driven entrepreneurs to declutter and design a workspace that empowers them to create the life and business that they want. So I kind of feel like I started always, right? It was sort of always, but at least interior design was always my thing, right? Even from the time I was a very little girl, I was always rearranging my room and decorating my room and playing with Barbie Dream House, and just design was my thing. I was throughout school, my girlfriends would want me to come help them decorate their room, even as an adult. So when I decided to go to school, you would think it would have been logical of what I was going to go to school for. But at first I was going to go to school to be a forensic psychologist, actually. It took me a little bit of time to figure that one out. And I ended up going to school to become an interior designer. And it was in my gen eds, in my psychology class. I did get a psychology class out of it. And we were assigned with writing a psychology paper that was related to our field of study. And so I had heard about feng shui at the time, right? It had only been around in the United States for 5 or 6 years, even though it was thousands of years old in China. It was only here for a few years at that time. So I'd heard about it, but I hadn't really had a lot of time, to study it. I was single mom with 2 kids, working full time and going to school. I didn't have time for extras. So, but when I got this paper, this assignment, right, I was like, oh, okay, cool. I can delve off into something that I'm really interested in. I knew it had to do with like the flow of energy. And that had also always been an interest of mine, right? I grew up in a very abusive household. My parents divorced and remarried. My mom married a violently abusive alcoholic and pedophile. But my dad married a witch. And so I learned about magic and manifestation and energy and all of that from the time I was 9, you know? And so it was something that I studied for fun, because that's fun, interesting stuff to study when you're young and growing up. And especially when in the situation I was in, where that was sort of like, I really didn't think there was going to be any way out other than death or magic, some miracle that would help me to escape from my parents. But so I had this assignment and I was going to write it on feng shui. I checked out a 2-foot tall stack of books. I read everything I could on feng shui. I wrote the paper, and I felt like I didn't know anything more about it than when I started, right? Because there was just so much contradicting information out there and so conflicting. Like, so I just was like, let me try to apply it to my life and see if I can figure it out. Because then if I can figure it out, then I'll get it, right? Like maybe I just need to apply it and then I'll get it. And so I started kind of trying to do that. And you fast forward a few years, right? I finished school. I was working in my career. I had moved overseas. I was actually working in my dream job, really, right? High-end residential design, like just what I had wanted to do. I got to work with entrepreneurs that were in, the household name category, right? And $1 million budgets. Like, my job was fun. And a client that we had submitted the design to, well, the firm had submitted the design to actually before I started, and for review, and the client sent it back. They were Chinese. They knew feng shui, and so they sent it back saying the feng shui is all wrong. We can't accept this design. And so my boss sort of had a panic attack of, what are we going to do now? Can anybody help? And so she pulled the whole design team together and was in a scramble to figure out how to fix it. And I was the only person to step forward and say, I know feng shui, I'll do it. And I didn't. I was like, I didn't. After I volunteered, then I was like, oh God, I don't know if I know anything. What if the client knows more than me? Like, they grew up in China. What if they know all about it? Like, what if, like, you know what I mean? I had full-blown
grandma taught it.
right? Like, my God, what did I do? Like, I just freaked out, But I got to take over the whole project, which is unheard of for a brand new designer at the firm. Like, I was the newest person on the job, and I was just sort of handed this whole project and was like, fix it. Here you go, fix it. And so I did. I took that whole project over, and I really fell in love with this process of not just creating a beautifully designed space, which is, what interior design is all about, but also creating this space that was energetically aligned with the inhabitants of that space, so that it was really a sanctuary for them. So it was really that space that would recharge them so that they are able to go out and conquer the world, right? And I fell in love with that process. And so I decided to I went back to school. I found a school that taught feng shui, right? Traditional feng shui. And so I could figure out why was it so confusing? Like, why is this so hard to understand? Like, why couldn't I get it after so much time? Why did it still seem like it was so complex and so complicated? And so I went to school and started really delving off into it. And I was still working as an interior designer, but I really wanted to incorporate this and sort of go off on my own. And I did. I started taking on clients, and all of them would get stuck in the same place. My career was taking off, right? On the other side of my life, I was sort of just in the beginning stages of healing my personal stuff, all of the crap that I was carrying around from my childhood, all of the baggage of everything, right, that I had been growing up with. And so I was on this two legs of the journey at the same time, right? And I was working with a coach. I was in a 1-year sort of coaching program with a whole bunch of women, and we were all searching for like healing our relationships with men and trying to find love. And we were on this journey to get into relationships again. And as you can imagine, I did not have a very good relationship with men growing up with the situation that I did. But I offered all of the women that were in this program with me to like, let me help you. Let me help you with feng shui. Let me get your space in alignment. And let's just like be my guinea pig so I can figure like this out while I'm going to school. Like, please be my guinea pig. And like, I think 2/3 of them said yes. It was like some crazy outrageous number that was like, this is awesome. Now what? You know? And I was trying to figure out like how to, because they were from all over the world. At the time I was still living in Hawaii. They were everywhere. They were in China. They were in the Netherlands. They were in Switzerland. They were in Australia. They were literally from all over. So I'm like, how do I do this? And I'm trying to take it to like this online sort of platform. And I'm trying to like help them from a distance and work out this system. And how can I help you to do this? And they would all get stuck in decluttering. None of them could get past the decluttering stage.
Wow.
And so I really started diving more and more into the clutter. And way back then, there wasn't that much information on it. There wasn't that many books on it. There was very little. And it really led me right back to the psychology of it, because in feng shui, clutter is right. I started at the psychology part and I wound up at the psychology part. And so it was clutter in feng shui is stagnant, right? Clutter stagnates the energy in your space.
Right.
But from the other perspective of it, it is the reflection of what's going on internally. It's the limiting stuff that's getting you stuck, right? Because your space is a reflection of you. It's a reflection of your personality and all the things that you think and believe, right? That's why we buy the things that we buy.
Right.
But when it comes to the clutter, what that is reflecting is all of the stuff that keeps us stuck and keep us stagnant and not growing. And so they were all stuck there. And so I'd be trying to like coach them through. And like, it was just, this was the beginning really of me developing even my own method for taking on clients once I went out on my own. But it was in this process and it was starting to kind of take off. And I moved. I had to move to I moved back actually to the mainland of the United States to be able to grow my business more and to make it more functional. And I was still working, right, full time, because business wasn't quite taking off just yet. I mean, it was taking off, but it wasn't like I hadn't fully made a transition financially. Right. Excuse me, I have a little frog in my throat there.
It's okay. I was going to say earlier when you were talking about how you got into forensic psychology, that totally, is what you're doing now, right? Of figuring out the why behind. It's like being the detective for what's the best thing for them, but also what's holding them back, right? Because you're in that healing space as well. And I watched a lot of CSI. I feel for what I do now. I was thinking about that this morning. Like, yeah, that's where a lot of my detective skills came from.
Right. And I did for years, but also, like not only is like my stepfather an alcoholic and violently abusive, my mother is a narcissist and a complete sociopath. So, I mean, I really wanted to understand how does that work? Like I really was interested in studying how people can just think and how are they okay with the damage that they cause to other human beings. And so that was very, very interesting for me. And it was sort of just a passion, even though, like you said, I didn't go in that path. I wound up here anyway. It was like my destiny to be here. And so I had moved, I was still working and I was growing my business on the side. And then I was injured at my job. And it was pretty life-changing. I was on bed rest for a long time, battling the insurance company because workman's comp insurance is just a nightmare of bureaucracy and politics and garbage to try to dissuade and, to not pay. And we're not going to pay out on anybody. And so really what happened at that time was everything came up for me, right? I'd been on my own healing journey for a decade, right? And on this journey of everything, and it all just sort of exploded in that time, right? Because the workman's comp people were adamant about, no, you don't need to go to that doctor. You don't need to do that. You know what? We don't even think you did anything. We think you're a liar, which all of it traced back to everything that I went through in my childhood, right? When my mother started dating her boyfriend before she married him, I was the one that told her I didn't know the word pedophile, but I knew he was a bad person and I knew he was abusive. And I told her that, and she was like, no, he's not. And she covered up all the evidence of this abuse. And when I told my father about it, he filed for custody, and we ended up in this whole big custody battle with my mother. Spent all this time and energy covering up evidence. She even took me to a psychiatrist, told him the problem is I'm a liar and they need to fix me. And so every time I would try to tell him about my abuse, he would tell me to stop being a liar. And he would make these comparisons to me and a wild horse that had been trapped in had been captured and was now they were trying to break it to, and that's what he would compare me to. I was 9 and he was comparing me to this. So needless to say, when I got to be an adult, traditional therapy was not a safe place for me to go into. So, I did healing through all of this other work in really experiential stuff and going in and being able to excavate my own truth. But I faced that all when this happened with the insurance people, right? Because they were like, you don't need drug treatment, sort of like my parents. Oh, you don't need to be, who cares if you're running a fever and got the chicken pox, go to school, we don't want you around. They were very clear all the time about what an obligation I was and how much they hated me and how much they would get rid of me at any moment if they could, except for when I wanted to go. There was just all of that tied into one that I was now almost living through it again in the form of this insurance saying, you're just a liar and you didn't hurt yourself. And no, you don't need to go to the doctor, and just go away so we don't have to pay off your bills. Just disappear. And nobody cares that you're going to spend the rest of your life just deteriorating until you're in a wheelchair and you can never walk again. Just go away. And I was like, well, fuck that. And fuck you. I'm fighting back. I'm white fighting for me, because I don't care if you don't care about my future. I do. And I'm determined to not do this anymore. And so I did. I actually started with trying to get my physical body able to move, because I was basically in a bed for almost 3 years before I could get surgery to fix the damage that was real. Right? And so in that 3 years, my body really did. It just deteriorated and deteriorated and deteriorated. And I started actually doing yoga to try to loosen up my own muscles, because everything was just getting more and more solid, right? With trying to compensate for this injury. And so I took what I knew about feng shui and I created this little space. And then I had to get into the decluttering part, and I'd never been stuck with clutter ever. And thankfully, I had learned so much from years of working with all these clients and them getting stuck in the clutter, that I had all of this information in my brain to be like, okay, well, now we're going to try to declutter my space, because and so I ended up creating this whole different way of doing things. And it really changed my relationship with clutter and being able to listen to what it says and how to use it as a tool, really, to excavate out all of the clutter, not just the physical, but the mental and the emotional baggage that we carry. And I'd been carrying for, decades. And so, but I was finally able to work that out and turn my life around. life-changing.
Yeah, having the conscious awareness that you do, mix with the spirituality and maybe some witch magic, I don't know, but like I think you're just really positioned in a place of like, I know what I've been through, and even the roots of limiting beliefs that people can be holding on to that does create the clutter or the space where it's hard for them to move forward. You have that special eye into that. So how does that work then when you are working with someone, like, being able to channel the clutter in a sense, or receive messages?
Well, it's less, it's really about being a good listener. It's not so much a channeling. I mean, maybe it is. I've never thought of it as channeling.
Downloads, yeah.
It's more like, yeah, I really, in my relationship with my clients and in working with my clients, I'm really just a reflection of them. They get to talk and I'm like, wait a minute, this is what it's saying. Like, are you not hearing this? And I just like, it's like you talk to me and I almost repeat back to you what you said. And then it's like, are we both hearing the same thing? Like the clutter is talking. Are we listening? Like it's an eye-opening experience for them to be like, oh, wow, the clutter really is talking, because it talks through them to me.
Right.
I just hear it and reflect it back to them. And I'm like, this is what it's saying. And this is how I interpret it for you and teach you how to interpret it on your own so that you don't need me anymore. Because ultimately, that's the goal.
Right. What's the difference? So what's the difference between like having some clutter and, like Virginia said, I'll put up her comment here. She's like, you should see my desk, but the rest of the house is neat and tidy, and I can vouch for that, showing up. And so it's finding that balance. And I agree too, is that there has to be some kind of organized clutter for me, here. And as you've been talking, I'm like, what am I going to clean after this? But coming back to like the having clutter and things around, and sometimes there's an untidiness, and sometimes just life is like that, especially when you have kids and you're just like, it'll happen, I need to be present for my family, and so that rest will get looked after. But can you speak to the difference between clutter and then hoarding and what that is, and maybe some of the maybe deeper things that can be going on around that?
Sure. So I to start with what we're talking about, first, clutter is not trash, or at least it's not just trash. Trash is trash.
Yeah.
Clutter is clutter. They are two completely different things. So the chaos and the mess that is, that happens is a result of creation.
Mm-hmm.
And that is something completely different than clutter and hoarding, right? When we leave over into this realm, clutter will lead you to hoarding, which is just a very, very severe reflection of mental illness and mental health struggles. Literally everything that you own is a reflection of what you think and what you believe. Everything, your house, the contents, the clothes you're wearing, the car you drive, everything that you purchased and you own it because it reflects something that you believe about yourself or that you want the world to believe about you, period. So when we get into hoarding, it's definitely mental illness. But before we get all the way to hoarding, right? When we're still just where we are right now, the average person, we all have clutter, and all of it is still a reflection of our mental health and our mental state.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone has it. I've had minimalists come to me and say, I don't have clutter. I've decluttered everything. And they still have clutter. We all have it because clutter is continually happening. As long as we are continuing to grow and evolve as a human, our clutter is going to continue to grow and evolve as well, right? Today, this is a thing. Tomorrow, this might be clutter. Mm-hmm. It might not be for a month. It might be for a year. But eventually, someday, this will become clutter in my space because I will outgrow it. And so when we get into hoarding, we just don't allow ourselves to outgrow. We are literally so stuck that we cannot grow past where we are. And so we cannot release and let go of anything, right? Because it's defining who we are. And so that's where people get stuck with clutter, and it defines who you are, right?
Mhm.
And that's why people can't let it go, because they can't change their definition and they can't move into the next level.
Right. I like what you said though about, that cup, eventually you will outgrow it. So I mean, thinking of my own things, right? If there's something that's there, like, do I need this anymore? And we know energy, right? So we can tap in and is this still meant to be in my possession for my highest good? And your body will give you a yes or a no, and you can release and to let things go. But I like that there are things that we have outgrown. I was laughing. I have a collection of costumes because I really like dress up. And when you said that we all have things and it's a reflection of what we think. I have a horse's mask. That's immediately what I thought of. So I was having
well, as long as you're not wearing the ass, you're fine.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. It's the playful part of me. I'm an Aquarian,
Right.
so we're creative, right? And
Exactly. And there's a process to go through to do the decluttering, as far as to do it the right way, right? Because yes, clutter is sort of an ever evolving thing. However, if you just sort of like try to, Crystal said declutter, so let me just get rid of everything. Nope, that doesn't work. There's a 5-step process that you actually have to go through to declutter properly, right? To be able to actually do that release and let it go. So you're not energetically, it's not still yours and you're not still carrying it around, right?
Right.
So
do you want me to
there's
pull it up? I have it up.
The free download, sure, people can go download it if they
and they
want.
get
right?
it from this here, right? The declutter. So your website.
You can get it at declutteryourmindset.com. If they just type in that declutteryourmindset.com, they can go right there and download it, and it'll take them through what those 5 steps are. Because most people, what they end up doing is they do step 1 and then step 5, and they miss step 2, 3, and 4, and those are the most important parts of the process.
Right. So 1 is discover. Where's your ish? I like that. So what are the physical items that you have and keep and do not love, use, or need, right? What have you outgrown? 2 is diagnose. And I can see why people would opt out of these ones here. What is the story that is connected to the clutter? What is the belief? What is holding you back and why can't you let it go? Very good. Self-discovery questions. Number 3, disconnect. How can you disconnect from the story or belief? How true is it really? What is the new perspective that will allow you to heal from the story or the belief? Number 4, to dissolve. Release the physical, emotional clutter connection. Let the feelings out. Do not stuff it back down. Cry, scream, and heal. And number 5, donate. Get rid of the clutter and let it go. So that you can get on her website. And it's very simple and clear. And those are really good steps of, depending on what you have, because even for overwhelm or burnout, right? If we are in a place of overwhelm, look at what's going on, or even at your desk. And not for you, Virginia, because I know you're not messy, but just like your space and what's happening around the bedroom, even, right? If we've got clutter and all the things are there, it's very hard to have clarity of mind when things around us are out of order or just feel like they're piling up. And my God, you showed up, which is kind of neat.
It's a reflection. It's not, the clutter isn't piling up and causing the mind problems. The mind problems are causing the clutter to pile up. And that's where people always get it backwards, right? We think that the clutter is piling up, or the mind is getting stuck because the clutter is piling up. And that's actually not true. The mind is stuck, which is why the clutter is piling.
Right.
And so it's just a complete 180 from what most people believe to what is true. And that's why, right? The 3 middle steps are the hardest ones. That's where all the magic happens.
Right.
That's where it becomes a tool to be able to use it to grow.
Right. So good. What are your thoughts then around, so if you have like a creative mind, or there's a home and it is full of things, like is it from always childhood? Could it be from an experience that happened and now the brain is just too full and helping the person to stay in a same level for themselves, or to take care of their own needs, that kind of other things just get piled up? Like how does that work? Maybe that's not clear.
I'm not sure I'm understanding your question. Can you rephrase it for me?
I can, yeah, absolutely.
Thank
you. With the people that you've worked with and stuff, is there a kind of pattern? Is it, so if someone has clutter, or there's something there, is it something that is always connected to something that happened in childhood, maybe not being able to process, or is it from something traumatic maybe that happened as an adult?
It can be a little bit of both. However, what I have found is when you really start digging, right? Even when you look at the adult traumas, if you start digging, you'll probably be able to dig and find a recurrence of that trauma or something similar going back farther and farther and farther.
Right.
Most of it comes, probably 99% of it comes from our childhood. And even a bigger percentage will come even far enough back where you can't even remember, right? Under age 3, right? This is stuff that we pick up from very young ages, right? And so it'll all just be in there. Some of it, yes, adulthood does create traumas all of their own, but mostly those are a reflection of earlier traumas. It's just a repeating pattern that we create, right? Because that's what's true for us. But like I asked in the thing, like, how true is it really? Like, where can we shift to a different, like, the other side of the coin, right? There's two sides to things. There's multiple sides to things. So being able to switch that.
Yeah, very good. Just in case my computer shuts down, I'm feeling like we're okay, but I'm just feeling to tell you, just keep talking and I'll come back on another device. My computer has clutter. Yeah. Okay, that's really neat. So from the people that you've worked with, was there anything that kind of stood out and you're like, wow, I feel like you're like me, is that we see the patterns, or we connect the dots, like, oh, this is where that forensic thing comes in. I feel it's like this, connects to this. And so can you talk a little bit about that in your work, and maybe some of the detective part, or the things that help to show you what someone might be going through in creating that space for them?
Sure. I think what you're asking about the clutter and what type of patterns do I see with my clients, and what their clutter struggles are. And mostly what I see is that they tend to struggle with the same 3 types of clutter. And those 3 types of clutter are going to be scarcity clutter, worthiness clutter, and obligation clutter. They tend to struggle with them, not just those 3, but also in that order. That tends to be, and they tend to do it in like a cyclical sort of thing. So it might be like, we're going to go through some scarcity clutter, and then we're going to pull up all of a sudden there, and we're into worthiness clutter, and then we're into obligation clutter, and then we're right back into scarcity clutter. And it's just sort of, it's like a spiral staircase, right? An upward spiral staircase, right? We're constantly decluttering, right? Because we're constantly growing and evolving, but the clutter changes. And we're just digging deeper, right? We're literally just digging deeper and deeper into it. So like you say, we might start off with scarcity as adulthood stuff, but it's in there all the way back. So those are the 3 types that most people struggle with, I find. Most common.
Checked it out there. So can you break down what each of these are?
The short and sweet of them, right? Like scarcity clutter, all of them can be anything, right? They can be anything. It could be sheets. It could be a tea set. It could be, what are some of the other stuff I've come across? I mean, books. Books are always like a big, paper is always a big one. Books are a big one, but like it can be anything. But so like scarcity clutter looks a lot like just in case. FOMO. You know what I mean? Like that sort of is how we start really breaking into it. But they can be anything. Worthiness, same. It's like, where are you settling? Where are you having to, settling is probably the best way to describe, you know what I mean? Like, where you got clothes that don't fit.
Right.
Clothes that are too tight, but I won't go up a size because I can't do it. You know what I mean? Like, that's where we go, because that's where worthiness is tied into our physical appearance, especially as women, because that is shoved down our throats from birth. Like, I mean, even baby clothes are, oh yeah, I got a hot daughter and a gun. Like, okay, this is, you know what I mean? Like, we got all sorts of stuff, especially as women. And so it gets way in there, deep, deep down. Obligation looks a lot like, they are sometimes harder to distinguish, worthiness and obligation, because they are very, very tied together a lot. Especially, even in how it's created, right? Oh, I gave you this gift. You are obligated to keep it forever.
Right.
Like, but you know what I mean? Like, but I hate it. I hate it. And I don't love it. So why do I have to keep it? Or, like, I spent a lot of money on it, and so now I have to keep it. Like, it's sunk costs, sweetheart. Those are, like, we do that as entrepreneurs, and sunk costs. Well, there's another one there too, though. Oh, I paid for that course, so I have to finish it.
Right.
Why? You got everything out of it that you needed. Why do you have to finish it? You don't. But the same, like, you have to finish all the food on your plate, right? These things all weave together, and they create this very complex tapestry of clutter that is in your space, and it's in everything, all of your words. It's inside of you, and it is reflected in your environment.
That's really neat. Just as you're talking, I love seeing the magic of people. So, like, someone hiring you to help them with their space, so neat, because the feng shui part of it, you can teach them how to set their stuff up so that there's good energy flow and they're feeling really good, right, and connected. And I know you use the elements as well. And I think that this is really neat, all that you put together. Lots to think about there. I had a question. It's gone now. I have another one that I just want to say thank you, because in the interview that I heard you with Renew, where I found you, you were talking about how paper is like dead weight, right?
Yes.
For wood, as far as an element. And so I just want to say thank you, because I had a pile of papers that were on my desk that were heavy emotionally too, like some bills and some things that I just, things that I had to do that it's just stuff I don't love doing. And so I went through the pile. I was like, I'm going to remove this dead weight off of my desk. And I felt empowered in the sense of, like, I can do this, instead of feeling like that, I have to do this. It was like, I get to, in that sense, like, clear out the space of my desk, clear out the energy. But also, one thing that I noticed is that I was able to organize bills in a certain way that for taxes, now, instead of it being like a bigger chore that I had felt before, I'm like, oh, I'm already on the way to being organized in this manner. And so I just want to say thank you, because I had never felt that kind of lightness around paperwork before. So it's totally from you, and just talking about the elements. Do you want to share a little bit more about, like, what that is and how that can maybe impede someone's space? So around, paper being a dead weight.
Sure. Oh, yes. I actually just did a huge video about this week. A big video on paper. I spent a whole video talking about it. So yes, it's very fresh about all of this. Paper is a thing, right? Because it's so there's only 5 elements in feng shui that we use, right? For remedies. This is sort of how feng shui works, right? This is sort of the basics.
Okay.
It's a cycle, right? There's 5 elements. There's wood, fire, earth, metal, water, which leads right back to wood, right? It's just a nice little circle. Water feeds wood, wood feeds the fire, fire feeds earth, Earth creates metal, metal produces water, and it just keeps going. And it's a beautiful cycle when it's working. What happens is it gets thrown out of alignment. And it can happen for a couple different things, right? First of all, right, there's all sorts of different things that throw that off. Your energy throws off the energy of your home. Well, it infiltrates it and it taints it and it turns it into like painted your color. But it still is its own entity. And so it might have different energy, right, than what you do, right? It might not match up perfectly. And so you come up with this clash. And so maybe what happens is instead of the beautiful flow of the restoration cycle and the good cycle, let's just say, right now we're in a destructive cycle, right? And so maybe you have earth and wood, and now earth is actually destroying wood, right? In the balance of things. So we need to add the element of fire to balance them out because the circle is out of balance, right? And everything is out of alignment. So that's how we remedy things, right? It's two elements are out of balance. We add one element to bring them back into balance and recreate that beautiful cycle. That is how we remedy things in feng shui. Now, how we get to there and find what needs to be remedied involves a whole lot of math and a whole lot of calculations that we're not going to talk about because it's nobody wants to become a feng shui consultant. Like that's not what you guys want, right? You want the magic of how to make it work. So once we have that part, right, that's all we do is we add these elements, right? What's out of balance? What do we need to add? Wood is one of those primary elements. Wood is primarily what we use is either plants, right? Those are wood. I mean, it doesn't have to be a tree. It could be a plant, just a little plant, right? That's still going to be wood energy. If you can't have a plant for some reason, right, you can use the colors green or brown, right? Those things will work as well. Right. But that's it. Now, dead plants, right? That's not going to produce living energy, right? Dead plants don't produce living anything. But also dead plant, well, they produce paper. Dead trees produce paper. But that's now dead wood energy, which is very heavy, very stagnating. And even though it's thin, right? Paper is thin and small. It's not the size of a tree, but it carries the weight of the tree. Energetically, it carries the weight of the tree. So your stack of paper that's only, this big is carrying the weight of thousands of trees, right? How many trees did it take to make that little stack of paper? It's carrying the weight of all of those trees. And paper, I don't know how or why it works, but paper breeds. If you throw one piece of paper down on the counter, within a few days, you will have 10 pieces of paper that just show up there. The same thing happens with garbage cans, right? If you ever walk by a public garbage can and you see, and something that you pass by every day, like maybe on your way to work or like at a bus stop or somewhere public, and a piece of trash winds up on the ground next to the trash can. Within a few days, you will notice that there's almost no trash in the trash can, but all the trash that should be in the trash can is on the ground next to the trash can. It breeds that way, and paper breeds that way too. And so it just grows, but it weighs you down, and it stagnates the flow of energy in your space. Now, where we struggle with this, mail is one of those things that just tends to be piled up. Papers that we use for work, but the biggest one is books. Right? Because especially us as entrepreneurs and those of us that are the type of people that collect books, right? We hoard them, right? Because we identify with them. Like, I learned something from this book, and now there's like, I have to hold on to this book,
right?
And we can't let it go. But now we have thousands and thousands of pages and hundreds of books on shelf, and all of that is very dead weight, and they are meant to be moved, right? They are meant to move and to be used, right? They're meant to be learned from, right? And passed on and not hoarded. Just like money is not meant to be hoarded. It's paper also, right? People have this need to hoard it, and it needs to move. But I think and maybe it's just whatever. It could be, I mean, like trees have roots. Trees don't move. Paper doesn't move. Paper wants to stay still. But once it's no longer a tree, it needs to move because now it's in the flow of energy. So it needs to flow and move like water. But it energetically wants to stay still like a tree, which is why I think it grows and breeds and just like stagnates. You know what I mean? So yeah, does that cover it?
Yeah, that's really good. And I like, even the books being like currency, right? Because there's things in there to learn and stuff that because I do have books that I think I'm good with. Like I can let them go. And so I'm going to do that. I'm going to go back over what I have. And there's some that are my favorites, of course, that I use and stuff. But those that I feel I've outgrown or do not offer anything for me more or further, then it's time to let those go.
Once you have absorbed it and incorporated it into your being, you are hoarding it and it needs to move on and go live with someone else, right? You've incorporated it. You've ingested it. It has become a part of you. But right, we just hold on to the piece, right? But like you say, books are currency. Books, I would almost begin to say, are more valuable than monetary currency, right? Because with books you can learn and never, right? You never lose that. Right. So money, you make it and you spend it. Right. It's a flow through. Whereas the currency that you get out of books, but I think that's also what makes it harder to let it go. Like we have to be able to go through that 5-step process of going through like why am I stuck? What's keeping me stuck? And why can't I move on to the next part? And that's really why that is so important to go through all 5 of the steps. Otherwise we stagnate. Right. We stagnate and we aren't growing. Right. And we are staying stuck right where we are. And so we're not going to be able to achieve the next level of version of ourselves because we're now stuck and stagnating in a book. Right. Because we're stuck in an old version of ourselves. Right.
Right.
So, yeah.
And I feel we're moving to a place where we won't necessarily need the books. Like we will be so tapped into our intuitive skills and listening to spirit that some of that we're just going to know intuitively, not having to read the full book.
I think for part of it. And the other part, I think books will hopefully become even more valuable, right? Because I can write down everything I know and now I can give it to you and you can take it in. And now you don't have to wait, 10 years to get your downloads and little installs from the universe. Like you can just, somebody else already got that 10 years worth of installs. I can read it in 2 days and have it all. And, so it's really about what is the value that we're like putting into them and what are the ones that we're choosing. Right.
Right. And if you're called to read them, because there could be even books that people have started and it's that whole guilt thing of like, I got to finish it because I started it. Well, if you're not
or I bought it
anymore.
I bought it and I have to read it because how many books have you never started, but you bought them because it was like, I bought 10 books and they're all sitting, I have to read all of these. And the pile of what I have to read just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Right. Even I am guilty of this. Like I'll go to the bookstore and I'll be like, the last time I went to the bookstore, I bought 3 books. I am a very busy woman. I'm a very busy woman. So far, I've read 1 of those 3 books. The other 2 are still sitting there in these need to be read pile. And, like one of them might not get read at all, right? The next one is going to get read because that's the next thing that I know I need to learn, right? And I want to learn. But like that book, that the third one that probably will never get read, at some point, like, I have to let go of the obligation of saying, well, I bought it and I needed to, but maybe I don't need to anymore. Maybe the person who bought it needed to read it, but she didn't take the time to read it or make the time to read it. And so now she doesn't need it anymore, right? Now she's grown to a whole new level of who she is. And so that book can go along with all of the ones that, so it's definitely a process of discernment and really, maybe I should add that to all the D's of the 5 steps. Right? Discernment is probably the one that is the through line. Through all.
Well, for those who have books that want to read, someone did the math on it on how many words we read a minute. And if you read 45 minutes a day, you can read a book. I'm pretty sure it's in a week. But even if it took you 2 weeks, then, you know, you're moving through them if that's what you want to do. We do have a question for you in the chat, if this is okay to share. So, this is so interesting. I agree. Never thought about a third level of clutter. So that obligation piece. And is donating them the books, is donating, I think, just in general, what you have, instead of selling belongings, an important part of letting things go.
No, donating can look like anything. Donating literally just means get rid of it. I don't care if you give it away or if you sell it or if you auction it. It doesn't matter, but get rid of it. That's the important. And in fact, sometimes selling it is, but like, there's no point. If you can sell it and make money off it, absolutely. I just told a client to do that in my most recent client meeting. She was like, I'm going to donate it. And we talked it through, and no, she's going to sell it because it has value. And she thought she had to donate it because she wasn't allowed to make money off of this thing, right? She happened to inherit some things from her mother when her mother passes. And, you know, like you can make money off of that stuff. It's totally okay. There's nothing that says you can't. But donate fits with the words, but it doesn't have to be that you can't like sell it.
Right. Yeah. So then I have another question along that lines. What about clothes? And this is for women, maybe men too, for sure women, that are, you know, we have the sizes that maybe they're too small or the next size up. And I feel like there's a lot of feelings that can come in around that. What do you think about clothing?
A lot of feelings come up around clothing. Especially as women, we do a lot of stuff. Clothing is definitely one of those ones we get stuck in. We tend to want to keep our skinny clothes because, again, we have this obligation, and we tie our worthiness around our body size. And so there's a lot of shaming that goes on in, oh my gosh, you're a size 10 or a size 12 or a 16, you're not a 2. Like you have to hit this number, right? But these numbers are arbitrary. They are completely arbitrary, made up by the fashion industry. But we get sucked into it as consumers. And so we keep wanting to hold on to these, like our skinny clothes, right? Because someday I'm going to get back down to that size. And we put all of our worth and all of our value into getting back down to that size. And it's a horrible thing to do to ourselves, right? Because then we continue to perpetuate this cycle of I'm only worthy if I'm skinny enough to fit in those jeans. But the fact is you're worthy of having clothes that fit you and make you feel good and make you look good in the body that you have right now. So we do a lot of talking around clothing and around decluttering that stuff and making sure that you're wearing clothes that that fit who you are now. Not just physically fit, but visually fit. Like, who are you, right? If you still have clothes from 10 or 20 years ago, that's great. But do they still fit who you are, the person? Not your body, but your person. And why? Like, that's why, why are we stuck in it? And what is keeping us from being able to move to loving the body that you're in right now, right? That is a lot of it. We go through a lot of work with the loving who you are. And what's really crazy about this whole thing is very similar to how some women who can't get pregnant will adopt a baby and then get pregnant. It's amazing how often I see women declutter their skinny clothes and work through this process of loving the body they're in and being able to buy clothes for the body that they're in right now, and then promptly turn around and lose, 20, 30, 40, 50 pounds because we hold on to weight too, physical body weight and body fat as a protection mechanism, right? To keep ourselves safe. That is also part of, we keep it safe from other people, right? Because if we're, a lot of times when we are overweight, right, we are rejected by people and discriminated against. And a lot of people have excess weight as a protection mechanism. And then we shame ourselves for not fitting into our skinny clothes. And it's just it's a childhood thing where we've picked up our own hammer and now we perpetuate that same cycle. And then as soon as they let go, like I say, of their skinny clothes, but the waiting to do it is what stops it from ever happening, right? You're locked into this cycle of a tug of war, right? The energy is stuck because I have to be back into that body, which doesn't allow you to move into the next body.
Right. Wow. I was just thinking that, like, the identity of who you were in the skinny jeans, right, can be very different to who you are now. And even just like who you are, right? So I have been even just going through some of my clothes too. And it's like, will I ever wear this? You know, if I'm with clients or I'm at a retreat or I'm traveling or I'm, you know, at a local circle, you know, meeting with friends or whatever, and being able to say, no, I will never wear this. Only pajamas, right? And so some of that stuff can go because I don't need, you know, 5 drawers of pajamas. So that just helps to take off that emotional attachment to what it is that you're letting go. And I really love that, you know, of buying then clothes for the person of who you are now and being able to let that other stuff go. Yeah, that's really good. Thank you so much. How do people get into your world? And before you share that, actually, I had an idea. This is just my brain and how it works. It's like you could totally do a decluttering retreat weekend or like a day where people come on the call and you coach them through the mental, you know, the mindset part behind it. And then they got to go clean the closet or like their clothes or something and then come back.
So that's a 4-day intensive called Soul and Space Alignment that I do with people. And
awesome.
We walk them through creating that space. We do the decluttering process. There's a whole big thing. Yep. But that is a 4-day intensive that I do. It's a group program too. So it really, they get the community support of, they're not decluttering on their own. We have so much shame around our clutter too. That's the other part of it. We have so much shame around it, but being able to have a community of other women like that you're doing the decluttering with sort of demystifies that and get rid of, because it's like, oh, you have clutter too. Like, oh, okay, let's do it together. Right. And even though you're doing your clutter at your house and I'm doing it at my house, like we have this, we can come together and celebrate. So yeah, we do have that. Or I do have that to be able to offer that as far as people. So
awesome. There we go. I guess I was picking up on you sharing it. So that's awesome.
You were.
Yeah, thank you so much. So fun. I know we will have you back again. There's more for us for sure. And so, yeah, thank you so much for being here. And hope you have a good day.
Absolutely. Thank you. And if people want to find me and be able to work with me, they can, in fact, just book a call. We'll figure out what's going to work best like for you and what your needs are. You can do that at peaceandprosperityalignment.com.
Cool.
And then go from there. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Well, thank you so much.
You are so welcome. Thank you.
All right, bye. Okay. I'm in retreat mode because now we have Anne coming up next. Hello. Oh, there's your banner. Hi, how you doing?
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. This is so lovely. I was introducing you earlier at on the call when we first started this morning. It's like, you're my bar buddy. We used to go and party, and here we are helping people to not be in their stress anymore.
Oh, that was such a different time back then,
right?
You know, it's crazy how we come and go in people's lives and circle back.
Yeah,
it's pretty neat.
Yeah, it is so neat. So thank you for being here. And I came across, like, we were reintroduced on Instagram, and I absolutely love what you're doing. So Bongo Pelee Island Retreats, and the website's there. Have a look at it, bongohousepelee.com. So share with us a little bit, or introduce us, you know, what is it that you're doing? So we have like a formal introduction from you, and then I'll ask you another question.
Sure. So I'm holding space on Pelee Island at a cottage that my husband and I bought last year.
Let me share the website.
Yeah. And we are offering a place to hold retreats for different reasons, any type of retreat. And it's a safe space. It's in the nature of Pelee Island. It's very quiet, calm, and pretty private, actually. So
check that out.
Yeah, it's beautiful. We're right on the water. Our view is the west side of Lake Erie, and you can see the sunset every night.
Sorry, oh, how beautiful. I was trying to find the beach picture. But anyways, we're getting a little walkthrough here. This is what the retreat center or the house looks like. There we go. That's so beautiful.
Yeah, it's got a really cool vibe to it. When my husband and I first walked into it, you know how you just get that feeling, and that's what I got when I walked in there and with it.
Like I look like just imagining myself on this patio. I feel like I'm on vacation, right? Like I'm at the ocean. Yeah, I love it. So beautiful. Very good. And then share with us. So how did you, I guess the idea behind it and what you're looking to do? What is that?
So the idea behind it, originally we had purchased it thinking about having it as a cottage and renting it out for short-term rentals, which we still are doing.
Mm-hmm.
But I kind of had this epiphany where why don't we use it in a different space where we can allow people, women who are like-minded, to come for a weekend where they can do some healing, spend some time for themselves, and just offer that space, because we often don't take time for ourselves and just to disconnect from our everyday busy lives. So really that's kind of the purpose behind it. And for other healers, workers of different practice to come and share that with women, because it's sometimes hard to find who do I go to, and to be able to bring that into one spot and share that with other women, to be able to do that. And I think for me that's important, and to have that self-care.
Right. Yeah, it's so neat. Just even to be able to come together as community, because we know a lot of healers, and being able to get together, like, excuse me, being online and Zoom, it's all great, definitely, and you can help people with transformation, or even if you have a local office or something like that. But when you get to go away, you are basically, not checking out. That's not the right word, but you are able to just turn off the outside world, because there isn't really Wi-Fi. Like you had mentioned, it's not so strong there on the island, and so they can just get away, where it's actually being able to get away.
Exactly. And that's exactly what I do when I go, because
that's the word.
Internet there. And you're forced to disconnect, basically. When I go there, that's what I'm looking for, because it's so easy nowadays. You're always connected. You got your phone, you got your laptop, you can connect anywhere. But when we're there is no internet, and try to get on your phone, it's pretty dicey at times. So the release that we get there when we go, it's just exactly what I need when I spend some time there.
Awesome. Yeah. And I just, the conversation you and I had recently, just reconnecting, is, being in that place where you're working, and then Monday to Friday, or, just living life normally, right? The kids, the work, all of the thing. And for you, it's like, we wanted somewhere that we could go away and just, unhook from our everyday life and just be able to relax. And so neat that you have created the same space, not only for yourselves, but then to now open up your home, or that cottage, to be able to share that with others.
Absolutely. It was the first place that my husband and I could actually shut off. And because you go on a trip where there's always going to be Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
Where you go. For us, it was forced to be turned off. and disconnect. And that's exactly what I want other women to feel when they go there, that they can go and relax and it's okay.
Right. That's so neat. And even for people who, maybe aren't traveling in this moment, right? And there's so many beautiful places within Ontario or within Canada, for where we are, to be able just to, get away. Same thing, right? Maybe not taking a plane, but we don't need to. That there's really awesome places that are here. And from the Toronto area, or you're in London, I'm in Kitchener-Waterloo, so it's between. How far is it from London? You'll know, you drive there.
Yeah, so from London it's about 2 hours.
Okay, so if you're from Toronto, then add another 2 hours.
Yeah,
so 4-hour drive.
Yeah, not everybody can afford to hop on a plane and go somewhere. Not only do you have to factor in your travel time for the time that you're away, but this allows people just to get in their car and go.
Right.
Not that far.
Yeah, absolutely. That's awesome. Very good. And as far as like the things that, maybe what is on your heart as far as types of things that people could come in for, whether it's, a retreat or some kind of healing thing, is there something that is close to your heart, or you have kind of as the visionary of the property?
So my vision, when we're holding retreats, is to be outside with nature as much as possible. Living in the city myself, there is forests around and places you can go, but when you're there, immensely immersed in nature, I want to be able to have women who can feel that, smell that, on their skin, in the air, and just kind of let go into nature. And so, or that we can be outside, I think that's helpful for everybody.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very neat. And is Pelee Island the most southern tip of Ontario?
It is.
Yeah.
It is. It is. So pretty neat that we have that right in Ontario and not too far from a lot of places.
Right.
So to get to the island, you can get there 2 ways. So from April 1st to December 1st, you can get on a ferry. It's a 90-minute ferry ride. And then in the winter time, because there are people who live on the island permanently, and they can grab a small plane from Windsor over to the island that runs daily as well.
Right. Neat. Okay. And then just back to the southernmost part of Ontario, just so that people, or maybe those who are in the States who are watching, we are right in the line with California. So our weather even is very similar to California, and that's why our summers are so great and are warm because of that.
Yes, you can definitely feel the temperature difference even coming from London to Pelee. It is warmer there.
Amazing. And then for people who are coming from the US, so it would be from the Detroit area. So they could, if they wanted to fly in, they could fly into Detroit Airport. But for people who are living over there, how far would the drive be to get to the house from, let's say, the border?
Yeah, I think it's about an hour and a half. Okay. And I believe they're going to be looking into doing a ferry from Sandusky, Ohio.
Ooh.
So they have had it in the past, but COVID, I think they canceled that during COVID, but because so many Americans weren't, during that time, they weren't able to get over. And there are a lot of American people that come over to the island and have properties there as well. So we welcome Americans to come too.
Yeah, neat. And then what other things are there to do on the island? There's a winery, if you want to start with that.
Yes, there's Pelee Island Winery, which is actually just walking distance from the cottage, or a short car ride as well. There is nature hikes that you can go on to. One of the things that we discovered last year with our children is the butterfly sanctuary, and our experience with the lady who runs it was amazing. So it's pretty neat. She's very knowledgeable in all things butterfly and nature. That's another thing you can do. A lot of people will actually bike the island. So it's not that big, but if you want to take like a leisurely bike ride and do stops along the way, it could take about 4 hours to bike. So you can bring your bike across, or you can rent bikes on the island as well.
All right, neat. And then is there swimming parts there?
There is. So there's several accesses to the beach where you can go in and swim. I would say the east side of the island is calmer. So a lot of people will go swimming on that side.
Mm-hmm.
West side is a little bit more choppier. And no, I don't think there's any access for beaches on that side. And there's also Fish Point, where there's beach access there. So there's several different spots on the island to go to the beach.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really awesome. We're planning to have one in June. So Healing Soul School. We're going to be in touch with Virginia and I were talking about it yesterday. I'm like, I really want to do a retreat there. It'd be so beautiful. So we're going to plan one for June. And anyone who's on our email list, you will get more information. If you are not on the email list and want to be, then you can reach out on our website, download the free ebook on our website on the steps to self-healing, which can go hand in hand with relaxing at the retreat house. And then you're on our email list. We don't send a ton of emails. Just if we've got things going on or events, then you would know about those. Or if you already are interested, then send us a message to be included in that for June of this year. It's really exciting. We have, when Virginia and I first started, she actually was running an Airbnb house in Panama where she was living in her property. And so when we first got together, that was something that we had talked about, was being able to chat with Airbnb owners. And so when you and I reconnected, I was like, this is our dream coming back, from what we had talked about a year and a half ago. For those who do have properties but they don't know how to run a retreat, or maybe they want to learn energy healing or something like that, then our online village is so great for that. It will teach you how to, be able to do that for yourself, so that if, someone who has a property or access to one, then they can run their own classes or retreats as well, depending on, what the modality is or what it is that they learn. Could be just simple, how to get out of fight or flight. And calming practices. So that could be something really fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Starting with basics, right? You can run tons of different types of retreats, and it just depends on your audience and who you want to draw to, right?
Yeah, totally. I don't know. I love being able to get away, and even, with family or, with friends, to just go and unplug and enjoy. Nice at the wineries there. I love that it's walking distance. That's really awesome. But just even looking at the pictures, you feel the character that's there,
Yeah, it is. There is definitely a character. When we first purchased the property, the real estate agent was, and everybody on the island knows the property as Bongo Club. So the owners were there for about 20 years, and they've had that name. Everybody knows that cottage on the island is the Bongo Club. So we didn't quite want to get rid of Bongo, so that everybody still knows where the Bongo house is.
Right.
Keeping that theme. So yeah, when we walked into it, there's actual bongo drum right in there.
Oh, neat.
Other musical instruments. So it was pretty cool.
That's really neat. Were they running like music stuff?
I think they were just partiers, and they just really know how to have a good time.
Right. Okay, that's awesome. That's really neat with the bongos.
So we purchased it fully furnished, and it came with this really kick-ass stereo system. So you knew that they were pumping the music in there.
Right. That's awesome. Well, there you go. People don't have to bring music. It's already there. That's cool. Yeah.
So you were just frozen for a bit.
Okay. Sorry, I'm back. I know. I wasn't sure if it was me or you. I'm just saying that if people are coming for a retreat or something, then they're set up with the music and the surround sound system. Am I frozen? Hello? Hello?
Okay. I think you're
Am I
back.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
No worries. Let me, I just, my internet's been good today. Virginia, let me know in the chat if I'm freezing, and then I'll plug in my internet cord. I forgot. Yeah, it's done a good job so far today. Cool. Do you have any like last things you want to share, kind of as maybe what, the reasoning behind more of setting up the retreats or in the home, something that would be helpful for people to know?
Well, really, like, one of the main other reasons that I want to spread the word about this place is that, there is a local place that we can hold retreats. I am also looking for other types of healers to come in and run retreats. We have a chef on board who's been a private chef for the last 10 years, and she's went retired, and she's coming to do this for me. So we could offer vegan food, vegetarian food, or whatever people are interested in. That's to offer. And really, I just want to make sure that, everybody knows that this is a safe space for women to come in and connect with one another, and be able to share whatever journey that they're on if they choose to do so.
Okay, sorry, mom's come to the rescue with the cord. Yeah. Cool. Thank you. Give me 1 sec. The two techies here. Thank you, Virginia. So this is what Virginia used to do in Panama. It's a beautiful to have.
Oh, you're freezing again.
Hi, Anne.
Hi, Virginia. How are you?
I'm good. I'll just jump on here while Christine goes through her little stuff there.
No problem. I wasn't sure if it was me as well or if it's just Christine.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Now I see Virginia's frozen.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Okay, let's go back to the chef. That's really awesome having a chef, because then people really want to, not even have to cook, right? That they're able to just come in and be able to do that. So to set that up obviously would be through you, but what does that look like? Is the chef available? Does she come in and cook like one meal a day, or I guess it's what people are looking for?
Yeah, no, everything. She's there all the time. So she'll be making breakfast, lunch, dinner, snacks, you name it. She'll have it ready.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons too. Like, you're going on a little time for yourself. The last thing you want to do is having to cook or remember, what do I need to bring, packing all the food and all of that kind of stuff. So you don't need to worry about that. It's all covered.
That's
so
good.
One of the things is, you get on the 2:00 ferry, leaving from Kingsville or Leamington. You're there in 90 minutes. You come off the boat and you come into the cottage, and you got a drink waiting for you. So, yeah.
Ooh, goosebumps. That sounds nice.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Virginia, her computer did freeze. That's funny. Oh, technology and internet. Very good. I had another question for you. It will come back. I wonder if it was around the chef. Sorry, I just got thrown there with the internet thing and I was getting caught off guard.
That's okay. That's okay.
Yeah. So then as far as like booking and connecting, they reach out to you. I know you have we put up the website here for you and your information is there. People can reach out to you.
Absolutely. There's actually a retreats website. That website there for cottage rental, but there's bongoretreats.com.
Okay.
On the website. As well, I'm on Facebook and on Instagram. Just type in Bongo House, and that should come up. Or you can just call me and have a old school conversation about it.
Right? Business has got to go back to that, where we have
Right.
relationships, right? We can connect with people that way.
If you go on the website now, there are 3 retreats that we're holding. That's holding space for somebody to come.
Cool.
May 7th to the 29th, June 10th to the 12th, as well as June 24th to the 26th.
Perfect. Well, I think we're going to be in on one of those. Yeah, amazing.
Yeah.
That's so good. And then is there an idea, like, as far as planning for someone? So is there something like, now speak to someone who is a healer or someone who does run retreats? What would be your either some directions or something on, for them and their planning? What is helpful for them to know?
For somebody who wants to come in and run a retreat, is that what you're asking? Yeah. So, try to have what your ideal audience would be, and to have a theme of what it is that you're trying to accomplish for the weekend. With treats that we have going on right now, the first 2 are being held by one person, and then the last one is different. So, the first one is more on life coaching and working through any types of transition through life that they're trying to accomplish. The first one, she's a marriage coach, certified hypnotist, teacher of psychology. She does Reiki as well. And it's really how do you transform your life and to reprogram limiting beliefs. And then the second person that's coming in to teach for the weekend, it's a little different. It's what different transitions. What are you here for? What's your soul purpose in life? And trying to figure out what it is that you have in gifting to other people. She's angelic Reiki master, light worker. She does angel readings. She does essential oils and working through the chakras. So, having an idea of really what your weekend would look like, and then finding a schedule and balance to go through for the whole weekend would be an appropriate start. And then we can collaborate on other ideas of activities that they might want to do on the weekend. So for these ones that we're running, they have the option of either going to the winery and having a tour there and doing some tasting. And if that's not your cup of tea, then there's also the butterfly sanctuary that they can go and have a tour with the lady who runs it as well. And then we're going to be doing nature walks, mindfulness and meditation, fire burning ceremony.
It's fun.
Yeah, so it's going to be a nice weekend. If you go on the website, the schedules are there. You can look at them as well. So whatever interests you, take a peek at that, because the first 2 are a little different than the third one. So.
Okay, cool. And that is for the website for the retreats again?
bongoretreats.com.
Okay, super. Very good. Well, thank you so much. It was really good to connect and live here by interview. And I'm really excited to be able to come to the Bongo House and experience just the beauty and the calm of what it looks like online and the photos.
Great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Have
Thank
a good day.
You too. Bye.
Thanks. Okay. Thanking her for her patience during that, our internet. All right, next up, we have Steve coming up, and I'm just going to put up his banner here. Steve is part, or actually founder of this really cool website. Let me just bring him up. Bring him on camera. Hello, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. I keep seeing Batman everywhere. You're the third person.
usually my mustache is shaved like Batman too, so
That's hilarious. Just totally off topic, but there's what's hot and ready pizza? Is that pizza or Little Caesars?
yes. Yeah,
They have a Batman shaped Panzerotti.
Oh, cool.
Totally random, but yeah. Anyways, thank you so much for being with us and for coming and talking about your network. I have the website pulled up, so in time when you want to talk about that, then I can share. But let us know first. Introduce us, as who you are when you're introducing to people with what you do.
Okay. Yeah, so my name is Steve Berger, and I'm one of the founders of Fifth Network. So how I got started doing this, I've dedicated 2 years of my life to this project. And it started out as, a couple of Telegram groups. I started with Keep Canada Free. My main goal here is to help people. I see there's a need for it. There's a people are struggling. So what I did was I created an employment group on Telegram. I was kind of hoping people would actually take my lead and do similar groups in their area, but after about a week, I'm impatient, so I made up a group for every province and territory across Canada. Along with that, I had some friends in Australia and the US and the UK also joined me, and they built their own Telegram groups out there. So basically what these employment groups were for was, to help people find employment. If you're hiring, post in there. If you need a job, post in there. If you're looking for an apartment, you need a doctor or something, post in there. So now over the last 2 years, I've made, I think, about 130 groups.
Wow.
And every one of these groups is designed to help people. I've got groups for teachers. I've got groups to help the public find medical. I've got groups for employment. We've got supply chain groups. We pick something. We've got a group for it. So after I created those groups, I decided, I kind of need a website because there's too many groups, man. There's 130 groups. So I've got 3 different teams. I got two teams just of admins, and then the team that built the website with me. So we wanted to consolidate everybody into one place. So that's where we came up with the Fifth. So yeah.
Okay. So what does the name mean then? What's the Fifth Network? Like, where does the meaning of the name come from?
So Fifth Network is, we're trying to steer away from freedom terminology because, we don't think that this is always going to be around. This tyranny and government overreach is going to always be around. And at some stage, if you got a name like Freedom Pages, you're going to have to change that when it ends, one way or the other, right? Either the government's going to take you down, or the tyranny is going to end. So you're going to have to change that. We decide we're going to be in this for the long haul. And on top of that, we're all very spiritual people. The whole Fifth team, we're all very spiritual people. We believe in 5D ascension and that sort of thing too, right? So, we decided that the Fifth was a good name. It stays away from anything jobless, freedom kind of thing, while at the same time, it's more spiritual. Wanting to help people, raise vibrations, that sort of thing, right?
Right.
And
yeah,
that's kind of what we're all about, right? Helping people, raising our vibrations and awakening people. That's what this is this is the Great Awakening. They wanted the Great Reset. We said, no, we're giving you the Great Awakening. And And so this is part of that. So we want our website to be relatable to people like that, to spiritual, to be able to help people, because we find that we have to show people how things are done. We all woke up for early for a reason, and that reason was to show people how to do it right, and to be there for the people that are going to be waking up later on and guide them. And that's kind of what the fifth is that's why we named it the fifth, is to guide people to get up into the higher ascension. And we want to be able to connect people to who they need to be connected to and where they need to be connected to.
Right. That's really neat. And I'm just going to share a little bit of the wording that you're speaking of, in case this is the first time someone might be hearing about it. It's an awareness. It's an inner awareness of who we are as spiritual beings, as soul beings here. We are all multi-dimensional, past, present, future is happening all at the same time. And so this is great. These are, I feel we're building the foundation for people who are going to come back home to ourselves, to Mother Earth, to nature, to spirit, and really on how we connect in the quantum field and on that deeper level. And so it's so neat. Like, you are the master connector I've ever met, in order to be able to have, 130 groups and 3 teams, all helping to run that. I know, there's so many people behind the scenes that are working with you. And I just want to say, like, kudos first, because I was in the TAO group, and Beck and I have been chatting back and forth, and she's one of your admins. And what I really get from the feeling of being connected, with your groups over the last couple of months, is that you guys genuinely care to help people who are stuck, or they need something, right? Or logistically, they're not sure how to figure this out or figure that out. And that there are people in there. It's real community. It's so beautiful, right? People helping other people. That, this is the way that life should be.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is what we're all about, because when I started doing this, I just saw early on that people were going to need this. I saw early on that they were going to need jobs. We knew where that was going with the passports and that sort of thing. And I just started thinking to myself, what am I going to need? Like maybe call me selfish, but what am I going to need very soon here, right? Because if I need it, other people are going to need it. And I found that because I needed it and I started doing it, other people definitely needed it. So I put the word out, and we have helped. I could honestly say with high confidence that we have literally helped millions of people around the globe, either directly or indirectly, because of what we do. Whether it be finding work, finding a midwife or a doula, finding a learning pod or education for your children, healthcare, something. We have helped a lot of people with that, and honestly, that just the rewards are so much greater. They're just astronomical, and it's a beautiful thing to see.
Right on. I'm going to share your website, so let me pull it up here, and I'll flip through, and then you can speak to it as you would like. So I love your tagline, find the others. Yeah. Very good. So, like, all of the things or anything you might need help in, and if you are a business owner, then definitely, connect. So the number 5th.network, and then you can put in your own profile or listing, and for people or support that you might be looking for, that you need.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So if you want to actually scroll back the other way there. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just doing this off my phone, so I gotta kind of watch here. I could talk if you go up to where it said the healthcare and education there.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. So yeah, we could talk on this for a little bit if you want. So if like all these blocks here are are clickable. I know some people they're new to the website to get on that. They might have an issue, figuring that out. So they're all clickable. The businesses. So what we've done with the businesses is we want to get people with small businesses registered, and we want to help them succeed, because with the businesses, if you open up your own business, then you're going, and we can help you get more business, then you're going to need to employ some people. And when you employ some people, that opens up employment opportunities for people, right? So we want, with the business section, we want to help people start new businesses, create co-ops, credit unions outside of the system where the government overreach can't hit us, right? Because they've created this two-tier society now, vaccinated versus unvaccinated. Unvaccinated aren't welcome anywhere. Well, we still need to live and survive ourselves. So that's kind of what we've done there as well. Along with that, the healthcare and the education. So what we've been doing with the health education is we've actually been in talks with a lot of teachers, some healthcare personnel. Again, we want to help them, the healthcare. We want to help create a new healthcare system. Because these pharmaceuticals, they're not here to help anybody. They're a patient healed is a customer lost to them. But we're humans. We don't want to be sick. We don't, we should literally be living like over 100 years, almost up 200 years. But with all the poisons they put in our bodies and that sort of thing, they keep our lives short. So with the new healthcare system, that's what we want to do. Is we're in talks with some of them to create new healthcare systems. At the very least, we want a place for people to be able to go to find healthcare within their area, within their region. So, I'm in Calgary right now. So if I need a pediatrician or a GN or in Calgary, then I can just go in there and see who's posted and find what I need. Right.
That's awesome. I just want to share just two things, if I may. So part of our community are healers, energy healers. And so there's even a spot, which is so beautiful for me to see. We don't have this on all directories. And so even just having a space for those who are in the, in energy work or spiritual, you can go in there and set up your profile so people can find you. And I also want to give a shout out to Wellness Cafe. I had a conversation with him last weekend, and just the incredible things in Burnaby, BC, that he is doing there to help others who, might be struggling or need some help, alternative mental health. And he's building a community as well, just like, Virginia and I are, where you can go in person and you can get the help that you need. And so they're like, I love this. I love the community that you're building, and for all of us to bring us together. This really is beautiful, Steve.
Oh, thank you very much. And absolutely, like you were talking just now about this spiritual healing and that sort of thing. I think that's like kind of where a lot of people's mindsets are going now, where we want to stay away from this pharmaceuticals. I mean, essentially, food should be your medicine, right? I mean, if you eat the right foods, that should heal you. There is any ailment that we have isn't natural. It's pretty well government made or something like that, so that's where the pharmaceuticals come in, because they made it. So now they create the problem. Now they create the cure. Right. So,
yeah.
But as a human, our natural bodies they're immune to natural ailments. And for the few things that aren't, like maybe a cold or something, you know what? You eat the right food, and that's better. You be healthy. You do exercise. You keep your chakras in order. You keep your Reiki in order, and you live healthy, right?
Yeah.
And that's the way to do it. So
yeah, so good. Even you can put up events on there, which I saw. And the only thing is, I wasn't sure how to figure out how to add an event. So I don't know. Are you able to walk us through how?
Yeah. So actually, so I want to touch on that. We have an amazing team, but we all are grassroots, and we don't have 24/7 to be working on this project, right? We all got full-time jobs. We all got families. So this is something that we do on evenings and weekends.
Okay.
And with that, yeah, it is like the area is there, but we also have a lot of listings. Like we're looking for other people to come join our team just to help us get the listings up, because we're quite backlogged on that, right? So
Right.
we want to get that out and to more people. Like we got a job board up there. Everybody needs a job right now. We know that more than anything, and we're having difficulty keeping up with the job board listing because there's so many of them coming in, right? So
so then for
yeah.
those like to help you, who are you looking for? Like what, someone who's in tech or knows how to work a computer, who's an ideal person if they want to volunteer and help you?
Well, we are definitely looking for a couple more IT guys. So what they could do is, So what they could do is they could email me their resume at burger@fifth.net. I think. Hang on. Let me let me double check that here. Sorry, it's a new email, so I got to.
I'm going to type it up for you as well.
Okay, yeah, perfect. Thank you.
And I've been, on Telegram, there are different groups in there. If you're looking for help or you have questions, you're looking, for someone specifically in the medical field. I'm in a couple groups like that, where you can go and you can ask your questions, and it's so beautiful because the community is helping and answering. Or someone says, "Hey, I'm a naturopath," or "I do this," or "This would be my recommendation," and just finding that help that you need.
Yeah, absolutely. So the email is burger, BERGER,
okay,
at fifth.network.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
So there we go. There's the email there. If you are looking to volunteer and to help with behind the scenes for just keeping the website running. So if that's something that's of interest to you, and definitely as a business owner, set up a profile. If this is in resonance with you and you're like, yeah, I want to, be put up there for those of us who, want to have our own medical freedom and not be, I'm being careful what to say, but right, just like we don't follow the mandates or the narrative of that. And we're building communities. There's many communities. Like Virginia and I are looking at building a community where we have a plot of land and 10, 20 families can live on the land. Those of us that they'll be energy healers.
It's funny you should actually say that. Like one of our team members, he's really big into that. He actually just bought a plot of land for that very reason. And what he's done is he's opened up a community garden and a nonprofit organization for the community garden. And that's out in BC, I think in the Vancouver area there. So, if anybody's out there and they're interested in getting involved with that, then again, send me an email. On top of that, I'm going to be starting up something very similar to that in Calgary as well. I've got some people here I want to talk to about that, and we want to start getting community garden as well. We know they're going to start doing food shortages and they're trying to force insects down our throat. So there's no way I'm eating insects, man.
We're going to be growing our own food. Yeah. So a recommendation then is, for people who are looking how to build community is having that space too, where maybe they want to go and live on a land that, someone's built houses for, or, help with the garden, all kinds of different things around that. Yeah. Building community and going back to, small town community in a sense of people that you trust, that have very similar views, and to just build together.
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome.
Yeah, I mean, and that's one thing too. Like I wanted to mention that, like we're also we actually just registered as a nonprofit organization as well, right? So we do have our donation button up. Now we aren't quite there yet, but I just want to put this out there. One of our plans in the very, very near future is we want to start collecting donations. We know that there's a lot of people that are struggling financially with bills and rent, and especially with lack of jobs. So one of the things we want to do is definitely get the donation button out there and get people to start donating, so that when people are struggling, they get an eviction notice, their power, their phone's going to get shut off. We want them to be able to come see us, and we can help them out. Again, though, I just want to put out there, we're not quite ready for that, but when we are ready for it, we will definitely be making a public announcement about that.
Okay, super. Yeah, this is where it's at, right? Community just banding together, and we help our neighbors, right? Whether it's one on your, in your town or online, we're all still connected. And I just want to say thank you, because we understand what it takes to run a website and all of the things behind it, and to have 130 groups and 3 teams where you're managing all of that, to be that safe space where people can come and get that help. We just want to say thank you, and we're really glad that we were connected and able to learn more about the Fifth Network.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And thank you for having me here too. That's amazing. I mean, I love connecting with other people and connecting them where they need to go, right? And it is a beautiful thing. We all shine our lights, and the closer we get together, the brighter our lights shine, right? So
yeah, totally. We have and I think most people, have a heart to help others, or to build in that community, and not to shut off all by themselves, but wanting to have a beautiful life, right? Not having to hide and all of those things. And so, for us at Healing Soul School, our heart is really to help entrepreneurs to expand their reach and what it is that they're doing. So we have lots of free content on our YouTube channel, but also we've built a community online, a village that people can come in and get emotional help. They can build their spiritual gifts, so their energy healing gifts, their clairvoyance, their intuition, with all the skills that they have from their life. So we figure out what are your skills and all of the things you've done. You did it for a reason, right? Your soul came here for a reason. And then now we say, okay, how do we take all the pieces and you really to either create a business, or you find a job that's going to be in alignment with one of the entrepreneurs that are part of the Fifth Network that will be putting out looking for people, right, to hire them. And then we also help with the business development stuff. So that's who we are online. And I think we're just a really good connection point for you as well, because I
think you're very much in line with what we're doing. And I would like to see Healing Soul School get up on the 5th as well.
Yeah, we are there. So we just got to learn a little bit more on how to post and all that. I set up the profile, and so we're learning. But definitely. For sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I also wanted to mention to your viewers, we have a Telegram channel as well as a group as well. We are on Facebook, but Telegram is probably your best bet to go. If you have any questions at all, if you're lost or confused about how to navigate the website, just ask on our Telegram group, and we can we'll walk you through it. We have our
on Telegram, what they search for? Is it fifth.network?
You know what? Yes, you can do fifth.network, just because that is a public channel. The group itself is actually private, and the reason it's private is because, unfortunately, Telegram only allows you to have so many public groups, and I've maxed out my public groups a long time ago. So, but the channel is definitely public, and so they can search that. Okay. And from the channel, it'll take you to the group. The channel you can also call as well, so anybody can ask any question whatsoever.
Right on. That's so awesome. Well, thank you so much, Steve. We really appreciate your time today and for all you're doing. And I'm going to give another shout out to Beck, who's been helping me on Telegram as part of your.
Beck is amazing.
Amazing.
Yeah. She is.
Yeah, absolutely. So thank you.
Awesome.
And we'll be in touch.
Thank you very much for having me, Christine. I really appreciate that. And we'll definitely be in touch very soon. And I think we can work together here very closely. And just let's get the rest of the world woken up, right?
Yeah. All right.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Take care.
All right. I see Miss Virginia back up. If you want to come on, awesome. Hi. You're on mute. There we go.
There you are. All right. Cool. Well, another incredible day for the Healing Soul School.
Yes. Yeah, it was a beautiful day. I loved all the conversations. So powerful. The conversation with Sandy. Yeah.
and like she said, once you start looking at it, you start to see the connections in what's going on, and it has blown my mind. I mean, I have even had just some more awarenesses on connections to things, just in the last couple of weeks, from other people's experiences, like speaking to other people. And it's like, what? Like, look at how, yeah, it still just keeps blowing my mind. But I love how she explained to be aware and of what's going on, but just holding that space, right? Holding that vision of that that this is just what's happening right now. And I actually use that kind of a positive affirmation or a flip with a friend who sent me a video the other day, and it was about our government joining up. We won't get into details, but the joining up and whatever. And of course she was angry. I could tell in her message that she was frustrated with that, and like, and I just said, you know what? I know that there is more going on in the background than we can see right now. And there is some whistleblower that is going to get pissed off and it's gonna, or whatever, right? Like it's like the plot twist or something. Like, you kind of I just create it. And it's funny because I relate it to when I was a kid. I could never watch scary movies or, that kind of stuff, because I could not sleep. I would play those horror stories, like that murder scene or, whatever. I would play it over and over in my head, and it would scare me. And as a kid, right? I don't care whether you're 6 or you're 16, it freaks you out because it feels very real when you're in there. So I learned as a young teenager how to change it, and I would make it a happy ending, and then I could go to sleep. So when I finally just gave in and just like, I would just change it. I would still play that scene, but it would be a happy ending. And like, the bad guy would lose, and and it was always a happy ending. And so that's how I choose to vision what's going on in the outside world right now. I know that there's more going on that we can see, and I choose to vision that power and of love just really coming through. And I'm very interested to see how it shows up. Right?
Yep. So. Yeah. And it depends on the frequency you're in. Like we definitely have been in fear, right? And so you can stay in that fear, or you can come home, right? Like center in, and where is your peace? Look at the things as you need to, but if it's something that's, dragging you down, or you're just, kind of stuck, it's like your head, you're just like watching, like, wow, all this stuff's happening. Just, coming home, calming your own nervous system, meditating, be in a place of frequency of love or higher is what helps to shift us all through this as well. And what timeline are you hanging out on, right? Because we can shift in the timelines. And yeah, just being aware, but not getting pulled into all of the fear mongering.
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Cool. It was another beautiful day. Thanks everybody for joining us. And for those catching this on the replay, it has been awesome. And thank you, June, our faithful subscriber. Always shows up for our stuff.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. Next month, we are not online for the showcase. We're actually going to be live. I'm looking at running a fair for that day, the last Saturday of the month. Virginia, I don't know if you're back or on vacation, but
yeah, I'm back. I know we talked about it, but that's as far as we got.
All right, cool. And then, so next one would be looking for the end of May. So if you are a healer or a soul-led entrepreneur, you like helping other people, and you've got a message that you want to share, then the last Saturday of the month is when we run the Conscious Business Showcase. You can reach out to us at the email is info@healingsoulschool.com, and let us know you'd like to be a speaker on the showcase, and I'll reach out to you and find out more about who you are and what you want to share, and we'll set something up. So thank you so much for watching. Thank you if you're watching the replay and for being with us. We absolutely love our community. we are here, you know, because of you, definitely, but to serve you. And if you're looking for some support in any way, whether it's on the emotional side, spiritual, you want to develop your intuition or your energy healing skills, maybe you've taken Reiki, or you understand how energy feels, maybe you're an empath, right? And you want to see how you can connect that into your own life and your maybe even a business. We do that, and we have business support for healers, mystics, you know, coaches, indigo adults, those that, you know, are here as we are growing this beautiful earth that we want to live in. So thank you so much, and you have a great day.